Good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting this Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. Today, our student representative is Chris Legarda Lopez from Booker High School and will lead us in the pledge. The Booker High School JROTC will present the colors. Please stand.
March. Colors. Turn. Color. Hold. Please stand. Arms.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Colors. One step backwards. March. March on. March. Colors. Turn. Forward. March. Color guard. Hold. Post. Colors. Present. Arms. Order. Arms. About. Face. Forward. March. March on. March. Colors. Turn. Forward. March.
Gulfgate singers comprised of talented students from 1st to 5th grade recently dazzled audiences with their captivating performance of The Wizard of Oz. As part of the Gulfgate Elementary School Drama Club, under the skillful direction of Rhonda Verges and Tay Fessenden as music director, these young performers brought the magic of Oz to life on stage, showcasing their dedication, talent, and boundless enthusiasm for the arts. Michelle Miller, their proud principal, is here this evening. Tonight, they will be singing the beloved classic, Over the Rainbow. Please welcome the Gulfgate Singers.
It's not a place you can get to by boat or train. It's far, far away, behind the moon, beyond the rain. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and
absolutely fabulous. And let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you, Gulfgate. Our student representative, once again today, welcome Chris Lugardo Lopez from Booker High School. It's nice for you to join us and be our student representative. We'd love to learn a little bit more about you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Cristobal Lugar Lopez. I am a senior at Booker High School. I am a part of the ACE program and expected to receive the ACE diploma, and I'm also a part of the VPA orchestra program. I am a leader of the Men of Distinction Club, where we help young men develop skills for their future, and a CFES Brilliant Pathways student ambassador, where we promote college and career readiness. I credit the ambassador program for helping me achieve such achievements as becoming a junior and senior Strive Award recipient, a Horatio Alger student, Horatio Alger Florida State Scholar, and a Gates Scholar finalist. I also found my passion for creating while in this program. I plan to take this passion and put it into use in the field of technology. In the fall, I plan to attend the University of Central Florida, where I'll be majoring in computer science to hopefully become a software engineer. Thank you.
Wow. Chris, on behalf of the school board, we want to thank you, and we have a certificate of appreciation for you, and we certainly wish you the best of luck. Our first presentation is the Superintendent Scholarship Award. The Superintendent Scholarship is an award given to 2 students through an annual partnership with Florida Prepaid. Florida Prepaid creates opportunities for families to plan for their children's future education. This partnership allows us to take a practical step in aligning with Florida's goal of all students graduating college and career ready. These awards will be presented tonight by Mrs. Brittany Rutherford, Program Manager for the Student Support Services Team.
Thank
Welcome.
you. On behalf of Superintendent Connor, I'm so excited to announce the 2 winners of this year's Superintendent Scholarship. The first scholarship goes to a 12th grade student, Aline Martin, at Venice High School. Aline wrote an essay about her future ambition of owning her own practice in social therapy by pursuing a master's degree in psychology. Aline shared how her life experiences have helped her to develop a skill in empathy, and she plans to leverage that skill to support others struggling with mental illness in the future. The second scholarship is going to a 5th grade student, Riley Lukacek, at Fruitville Elementary. Riley wrote an essay about her passion for life and her eager anticipation for the future. In an effort to summarize her many passions, here is a quote from Riley's essay. It reads, "As you get older, you realize new jobs and areas of study. You end up trying to mash all of your likes into one career, but it turns out there isn't really a profession for a dirt bike, painting, fisherman, farmer. It's hard to pick just one thing you want to spend your whole life pursuing. I think that's why a lot of kids end up saying, 'I don't know,' to these questions." In her essay, Riley went on to share about her love for life and how she knows college is a necessary step in her journey. We're excited to award both of these students the Superintendent Scholarship, a total value of $16,000. Congratulations to Aline and Riley. At this time, I would like to invite Aline and Riley up to take a photo with our superintendent and school board members. Down.
Just kind of turn
bend sideways and see if I can get her to put it in here. Oh, I can't see it. There you go, perfect. That's great. Okay.
The next presentation is to recognize a state champion student athlete. This award will be presented by Dr. Megan Green, Chief of High Schools.
Good evening. Today we celebrate an outstanding achievement by one of Sarasota High School's finest. A special thank you to Superintendent Connor and the entire school board for their commitment to recognize the incredible accomplishments of our district's student athletes. These young individuals, like the one we are going to honor today, exemplify the values we hold dear, striving to be the best citizens, students, and athletes they can be. Our spotlight shines on Sarasota High School senior Mark Montecourt, the FHSAA state champion in the 219-pound weightlifting category. Mark dominated the competition with a remarkable 390-pound bench press and a 335-pound clean and jerk. We extend our gratitude to Sarasota High School's principal, Ryan Chase, assistant principal, Robin Livingston, and athletic director, BJ Ivy, for their unwavering support in making Sarasota High School athletics a source of pride for all students. Please join me in welcoming Mark's coach, Thor Miller, to the podium to recognize our student athlete, Mark Montecourt.
Is Mark coming up at all, or is he?
Yeah, if you just want to say a few words about it.
Yeah. Thank you guys for recognizing Mark. This is my third year coaching weightlifting, and this is my first weightlifting state champ. He made a lot of goals, and he crushed all of them. He had personal records each week, which means he was gaining 5 pounds on his totals. And heck of a season. I'm really proud of him. Congratulations to Mark Montecourt.
Take a picture. Yeah. A little shot.
Okay, this is going to be challenging because everyone's pretty tall. So,
Go for it.
There we go. Congratulations. Well done.
Well done. For our next presentation, Mrs. Sarah Dean, come on up. That beautiful smile, Director of Food and Nutrition Services, has some exciting news to share regarding an Inglewood Elementary School food service employee.
Good evening. We've had an exciting day in Food and Nutrition Services. A couple weeks ago, we were contacted by the Florida Department of Agriculture, and the last couple of years, the Florida Department of Agriculture, in collaboration with No Kid Hungry and the Florida Dairy Council, has selected or entertained nominations. And we were very excited to learn, and it was a complete secret, even tonight was a secret, that Kayla Lewis, she's a food service assistant at Inglewood Elementary, was that recipient. And so I contacted her husband, and today, I don't know if Principal Curtis Schwartz is available. I think he's somewhere in here. But we were able to surprise her. She thought her manager or her son was getting recognized, but these are just some of the things that she received today. She received a trophy, a beautiful trophy, recognition from her students. She received 19 nominations from the school, and you could see just her positive impact on the students at Inglewood Elementary, and a $2,000 check as a recognition, and she got a cape. Her family got to actually cape her, and so it was a wonderful day, and her and her husband are here so that we can recognize them in front of the board. This is her first time. She's an actual product of Sarasota County Schools. It was her elementary school that she's serving the students in today, and you could just see the outpouring of love from the students. So, Kayla, we are so proud of you in Food Nutrition Services. And bring your check.
Where's the cake?
Slide down this way.
Bloody my nose.
Mr. Edwards, if you can go this way.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Nice. The last presentation of the evening is the recognition of our 33 schools that received Florida Department of Education designation as Positive Behavior Intervention Support PBIS model schools for the 22-23 school year. This prestigious recognition acknowledges the collaboration and support of our school-based teams in ensuring every student succeeds every day. Here to present our Model School Awards is Ms. Stephanie Vlahakis.
Thank you. Our schools put a tremendous amount of effort to obtain PBS model school status. Schools must submit a number of evaluation items, be recommended by the district coordinator and our partners at USF, and then submit an application consisting of 1 to 3 questions providing documented evidence of PBS practices at their schools, including research-based Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. As mentioned earlier, we are recognizing 33 schools for the 22-23 school year. We have 21 bronze, 9 silver, 1 gold, and 2 platinum schools. At this time, I would like to introduce our model schools. Please hold your applause until all schools have been called. First-time recipients receiving bronze are Booker High School and Laurel Nokomis. Representing Booker High School is Principal Dr. Shelley, and representing Laurel Nokomis is Principal Wilson. Our bronze recipients are Ashton Elementary, Atwater Elementary, Booker Middle, Brookside Middle, Inglewood Elementary, Fruitville Elementary, Garden Elementary, Glen Allen Elementary, Gulfgate Elementary, Lamarck Elementary, McIntosh Middle, Oak Park, Philippi Elementary, Riverview High, Sarasota High, Toledo Blade Elementary, Tuttle Elementary, Venice Middle, and Woodland. Our silver recipients, our Cranberry Elementary, Heron Creek. We can. Okay. Bronze, you guys go up with bronze. All the bronze, all the bronze.
Yay, now we can clap.
All right, here we go. We're going to stop at.
Those over here, if you could come forward.
Go. You can be in the silver. You're good. All right. We will wait till everybody. Carden, you guys have more than one. Okay. All right. We're going to have Cranberry Elementary for our silver recipients, Heron Creek Middle, Lakeview Elementary, Northport High, Southside Elementary, Suncoast Polytech, Tatum Ridge Elementary, Taylor Ranch Elementary, and Venice High. And we forgot a couple of bronze because we were a little slow on passing out. So we have Venice Middle, we have Woodland, and then, is that it? Yeah. Okay, then now we're in order. Okay, perfect. Does everybody have their stickers? Okay.
Silvers? Yep.
Yep, silvers.
He's on with Mr. Connor, yep.
Yep. Silver? We got a lot of silvers.
That's all the silvers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of even out, everybody just, if you can't, I know you don't have trouble, but pick up the hand and come this way. And it's kind of squeezed together. Okay, everybody, smile.
Congratulations. We good? We're going to do gold and platinum together. So we have our gold recipient, which is Sarasota Middle. And finally, our two platinum recipients, Bayhaven and Venice Elementary. Congratulations to all the teams.
Moving on to the superintendent's report.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. What a wonderful opportunity to celebrate so many schools, so many students. It's just, we're going to keep it going. We're going to keep that going during the superintendent's report. Before we get there, we want to highlight a few of our consent agenda items. Item number 9 is the approval of an initiative grant agreement, which is our teacher recruitment, retention, and recognition coordinator between the Barancik Foundation and the School Board of Sarasota County. This is an awesome opportunity to continue the great work that has been started, originally funded through our ESSER grant, where the Baranciks have stepped in to fill the gap to fund the salary and benefits for our talent and acquisition and retention coordinator, who has done an amazing job to start to build the recruitment efforts and the retention efforts and the mentoring efforts of our new teachers, and we look forward to the great work that's going to continue in that area with Dr. Seth Gardner, who is currently serving in that role. He's done a great and outstanding work. Item number 29 is the approval of a revised policy, 9.40, advertising and commercial activities. This policy will allow district office publications like newsletters, programs, and flyers to accept paid advertising, which will help us generate revenue, and that revenue could be used for continual marketing as we operate as a business, and we are a people business, and we are in competition. As the school choice options continue to expand, we will leverage those funds to market and advertise the great things that we're doing here in our school district. Item number 30 is the approval of new policy 7.89, online educational service agreements and contracts, and the amendments to this were to align to the new legislation regarding student and data privacy and how data is collected and the protection of personal information. So some great announcements. So tonight I get to showcase over here on the pedestal, you'll see a sign, and we're congratulating Carrie Smith, a student at Pineview, for winning the 2024 I Voted Sticker Design Competition. You get to see the sticker over here onto the side and up on the screen here. A great design that is going to be used for this November's 5th general election. So that means that every voter in Sarasota County will have the opportunity to wear this sticker this year. So congratulations to Carrie at Pineview. Just want to recognize a few schools. You know, we continue to conserve energy and be fiscally responsible in everything that we do, and that means even the operational side of things. And over spring break, there were 5 schools in the district that earned the Outstanding Achievement for Energy Management. And so we want to congratulate Atwater for 100% overall compliance, Oak Park for 95%, Laura Nokomis for 88.6%, Glen Allen for 86%, and a 3-ray tie at 80%, Booker High, McIntosh Middle, and Wilkinson Elementary. Thank you for your compliance and savings. As you may know, the 2024 Sarasota County Schools Spring Art Show is in full swing. I can't wait to get out there this Thursday for the reception. If you want to learn more about what we're doing in our North County and South County art show exhibits, we have hosted at the Venice Art Center and the Art Center of Sarasota. We have more than 3,000 art pieces of student work in this event, in this show. So if you want to learn more, you can scan the QR code or go to our website, and we look forward to seeing you out there this week. Want to announce a couple of changes here in terms of leadership positions. Jody Dumas has been serving as our Chief Operations Officer for the last several years and has done an exquisite, outstanding job. And I want to thank Jody for all the hard work, especially during my transition here over the last year. He has stepped up, filled the gap, done amazing work to help me successfully and smoothly transition. And with the retirement of Don Hampton in facilities, Jody Dumas is going to be working back in where his love is, and he's going to be what I call the fireman, because he gets to deal with all the daily fires that happen at school. You've got facilities, food nutrition services, and transportation are the 3 main things that if something ain't right, someone's going to know about it very quickly. And Jody's going to have that opportunity to lead that work as the executive director of facility services. And Jody, I just want to thank you for all you've done as the chief operating officer for me. Thank you. So opportunity to serve is a quote that this gentleman says a lot. Dr. Mike Kemp is coming in as our new Chief Operation Officer. He has over 35 years of educational experience, has done it just about everything you can do in a school district, from the academic side, serving as as a middle school and a high school principal. So knows all of the instructional side of the house and has done a tremendous amount of work on the operations side of the house, whether it be as a chief technology officer, a chief operating officer. He's done it all, seen it all, and he's bringing a wealth of experience to Sarasota County. And I look forward to working side by side with Dr. Mike Kemp as our new chief operating officer. Well, we all know it is Teacher Appreciation Week. And if you didn't know, you're way behind. It's already Tuesday. So we want to thank all of our teachers for their dedication, their hard work this year. I know it's been a lot of change this year in terms of expectations and where we've headed and academically at every one of our schools. I got to tell you, I am over the moon at the work that I have seen accomplished and the rising up to new change and new expectations over the last year. Our teachers have done a tremendous job. They work tirelessly for the service of our students, for the service of our community. And it's just a small token that we can just take a week out and really celebrate them during Teacher Appreciation Week. And today is known as National Teacher Day. So let's give a big round of applause for all of our teachers out there. We also want to recognize that it is International Holocaust Remembrance Day this week. That was celebrated on the 5th and the 6th. And as we continue to know that we've had challenges across the world, that we just take a moment to remember the contributions and the just the solemnness of the Holocaust and remember that day in history and the impact that it's had on our world. And don't forget, this Sunday is Mother's Day. Mother's Day is coming this weekend. And so to all the mothers out there, have a happy Mother's Day. And thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. And let's give one more round of applause for Sarasota County's teachers. Our teachers are truly the heart of everything we accomplish. I'd like to welcome you to the Hearing of Citizens segment of our meeting. This forum allows the community to engage with the school board on matters concerning our education system. All speakers should have submitted a completed comment card before this segment. Speakers will be called in the order received. Each speaker will state their full name and shall confine their remarks to the business of the school board. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. A timer will signal when 1 minute remains. Please conclude promptly when the timer ends. Please address your comments to the board, not to the audience. We expect all remarks to be delivered in a manner consistent with school board policy. Abusive language, personal attacks, or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Please direct any personal grievances or personal issues in writing to the school board office. Audience members are requested to listen quietly and respectfully. Outbursts, applause, or other interruptions that disrupt the meeting are not acceptable. Any person that interferes with the expeditious or orderly process of this meeting after first being warned that such continued interference will result in removal will be removed. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear public comments when stepping away from the dais. When your name is called, please approach the podium. If you choose to pass, you will forfeit your time to address the board. We appreciate your cooperation. We have 73 speakers this evening, and let's begin with the first speaker. Mr. Enos, please.
Alex Lieberman. On deck, Esther Rockwell.
My name is Alex, and I'm a freshman at Pineview School. In the wake of the new Title IX expansion, you will be asked today to second a motion to vote on that goes against the revisions, which include trans students in Title IX's protection scope. I kindly request that you do not second this motion, as Title IX is created to protect civilians from harassment, and those include every Sarasota County student. Voting against a law that protects students from bullying and expands human rights does not align with the motto of every student, every day. Trans students like myself cannot focus on academic work if they must also worry about harassment for their identity. I am lucky to attend a school that has very little bullying, but even as a biological female, I can sometimes pass as a boy, and I have been asked why I am in the women's room, and I worry about making girls and women uncomfortable when I go in there. For students like me, being able to use a preferred bathroom, which is sometimes a gender-neutral bathroom, but also does not just benefit us, but also the people who occupy the same space around us who are not transgender. Also, the new Title IX expansions do not cover laws and regulations regarding women's sports, and those concerns should not be currently used in the conversation for or against this resolution. As constitutional officers, I hope that the board members vote in accordance with what the federal Constitution says. Please vote against this motion, and thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Esther Rockwell, and then Barbara Vaughn.
Hi, my name is Esther Rockwell, and I've been living in Sarasota County for 37 years. My youngest son went to Riverview. He was one of the boys that was in the ROTC program. Again, I want to thank this board for accomplishing what you were voted to do. The complaints you hear each and every time we have these meetings is because they want to have their control back again and do not like the fact that we now have a conservative board, with the exception of Tom Edwards. These complaints are made because they want to return to the liberal ideas we had before. However, this was the reason so many parents asked to put their children in charter schools, and if they could afford it, to a private school. They want parental rights, greater transparency, removal of CRT, no sex change, and parents included in their would be included in their children's reading materials. This is the reason this board won, and by focusing on reading, math, and science, which is why they go to school, not to believe in woke theology or correct pronouns. This conservative board efforts produced an increase in reading scores of 8 points in the 3rd grade, which is so important. If they cannot read by 3rd grade, they are lost and have a difficult time to catch up. Instead, complaints are made of keeping pornographic books out of the classroom. They call it censorship. What you feed your mind controls your actions, so it'll only resort to all the harms we want to avoid. Liberal Bill Mayer did a monologue on his show recently how the sexualization of children was wrong. Even liberals are stunned at the absurdity that is pushed by the LGBT movement. Bill Mayer thinks it's the job of every adult to protect children and commends Governor DeSantis for speaking out on the harm it causes when Disney promotes it. A 2014 CNN report discovered that at least 35 Disney employees had been arrested for sex crimes against children. In 2022, Brian Peck, one of the leads in Nickelodeon, served 16 months in prison for molesting children, yet Disney hired him to work on a children's series. But the same people who come here to complain about this excellent board want them removed so they can again control the board with liberal board members. But parents do not want their children indoctrinated with liberal ideology.
Barbara Vaughn, then Tracy Svoboda.
Good afternoon, school board. My name is Barbara Vaughn. I'm going to begin today by reading from Genesis chapter 2. This is a New International Version. Starting with verse 18, the Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." skipping down to verse 20, so the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and then closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. And the man said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. So shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh." That's the way God made it. I don't know what's going on in this country that thinks we can change God's rules. If we can change this rule, then why don't we change the 10 Commandments and let people kill whoever they want to kill or steal whatever they want to steal? You're either going to follow God's rules and earn his trust and his confidence, or you're not. Putting males, whatever they call themselves, into locker rooms and sporting events with women is just wrong. If you are a parent of a boy and a girl, you understand that. Even if you aren't a parent of a boy and a girl, you ought to understand that. I don't know, and it worries me sometimes, how much God must be disappointed in us as we break this and so many other of his rules. And I wonder sometimes when his disappointment will turn to rage. I think first of Sodom and Gomorrah. You push God far enough, and a 1% of the population does not equal a democracy. Deliver us, Lord. Deliver us from evil.
Tracy Sarasota, and then Susan Moss-Lyon.
Good evening, school board. This is not my forte to get up and do public speaking, so please forgive me. And I have nothing prepared. This is purely emotional. My partner and I, yes, I have a same-sex partner. We have raised our daughter, who graduates from the IB program very soon, this year. And I find all this so sad. It's so sad with the state that the world is in today, that Title IX is even something that is being discussed. I looked at those little innocent faces from Gulfgate that were singing here earlier, and I thought, my God, why can't you just care about these children? Protect them. They are innocent. Leave adult issues to adults. This should be a non-issue in a school setting. It really should. It's political hoopla, and it really, for those that want to say, keep politics out of schools, do it. Stop talking about it and do it. This is political nonsense. And again, like my speaker before me, this is the tail wagging the dog. This is 1% of our society. We shouldn't be here discussing any of this. This should be moot. Education, reading, writing, arithmetic, life skills, how to balance a checkbook, what does a mortgage mean? That should be the agenda. That should be everyone's concerns. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Susan Moss Lyon, and then Seth Stottlemyre.
Susan Moss-Lyon. Good evening, Superintendent Connor, board members, guests, and the public. Nearly 29 years ago, after much research and several trips to Florida, we moved our family to Florida for our new job opportunity. The most important consideration for us is the exceptional educational system. The beautiful beaches and the vibrant community were added benefits. In 1999, I secured a teaching position at Northport Glen Allen. At the time, there were only 2 elementary schools in Northport. In 2002, I transferred to Brookside Middle School to teach 6th grade. Karen Rose became the principal during my tenure there, and she is the reason I left Brookside after 3 years. All things happen for a really good reason. I transferred to Venice Middle School and have been happily teaching there for 19 years. For 13 of the years, I have been a founding member and a proud part of the Young Marine program. Throughout my time as an educator, I have had some great administrators that have allowed me to grow as an educator. I have been a volunteer in every school my children attended and the ones I have worked in. I have served on many committees as a parent and a teacher. I am a proud member and a representative at the SCTA. Sarasota County has grown and changed in the last 29 years. I follow and watch the school board meetings and monitor what is happening in our districts. We've hired many superintendents, and each one brought new ideas and people. Each time I had great hope that the new leader would continue making Sarasota School District an award-winning district and a great place to work. Sometimes my hopes were fulfilled, and other times I was left to wonder what was happening and why. This is why I'm here today, wondering how we've gotten to a point that leaves the community shaking their heads every week and wondering why. Why do I tell this history? Today I chose to not attend the retirement recognition reception that took place right in this room, to receive a plaque for my 25 years of service to Sarasota County. My decision not to attend the recognition was based on the current makeup and political views of most of the school board members. I couldn't be a hypocrite and attend the recognition, smiling and pretending to be gracious, and having my picture taken with people I don't respect or trust. I am one of the lucky ones. I am 13 days away from retirement. In my heart, I feel, I believe, and I know I am leaving my colleagues, friends, and students under the direction of a school board does not fully support them in every day, in every way. This makes me sad. Consolation is that I know our district is blessed with professional, dedicated educators that continue to overcome and go above and beyond for our students, even with the chaos that reigns from above. The last 7 years have been a revolving door of change and upheaval. Hiring Dr. Asplin and Mr. Connor have been bright spots. Mr. Connor, one thing I ask, please slow down on the new and exciting initiatives and programs that are being rolled out. But while the staff is happy with the PD opportunities, so much at one time is a lot. The board continues to create chaos in the district and distrust among the staff. While this board works for a public school district, they continue to undermine public education. Thank you.
Seth Stottlemyre, and then India Miller.
Hello, members of the Sarasota County School Board. My name is Seth Stottlemyre, and I am a longtime resident of Sarasota and a father to a little girl finishing up her kindergarten year in a Sarasota County public school. I'll be honest, I don't really enjoy coming here to speak at school board meetings. I wish we all didn't have to. It's not fun, but it's necessary sometimes. The silver lining is that I've been able to meet and talk with a bunch of different Sarasota folks, parents, concerned citizens, who show up way more often than I do because they care about public education and they care about their community. Many of them work tirelessly to advocate for public education and make us aware of all the shenanigans going on, and I am grateful for them. Citizens of Sarasota are tired of the political theater that trickles down from Tallahassee and constantly distracts this school board from doing its job. Aren't you tired of it too? Well, you can do something about it. You can choose not to participate in the clown show. You can distance yourself from the distractions and the divisiveness and focus solely on positive solutions that improve the education of our kids. I'm here to speak out against a ridiculous, desperate political stunt by one of our school board members to stay relevant and perpetuate the failing right-wing culture wars that divide our country and damage our young people. I'm here to implore you not to support the effort to reject federal changes to the U.S. Department of Education's Title IX rules that provides students with added protection from discrimination against gender identity and sexual orientation. This move would be just another backward and embarrassing episode for Sarasota County. Throw the district into an exhausting and expensive legal battle and jeopardize millions of dollars of federal funds for our local schools. But just like the push for the school voucher program, draining funds away and slowly but steadily starving public education, sadly, is the goal of some in this state. Do measures like the one before us today improve the scholastic environment of Florida students? Of course they don't. But they do rouse excitement in right-wing chat rooms. Wouldn't it be nice if some board members spent less time trying to get the attention of demagogues and far-right politicians and more time making our schools stronger and our kids smarter? Let's come together and spend more time advocating for academic excellence in Sarasota and paying teachers what they're worth. I urge you, our thoughtful, pragmatic Sarasota County School Board members, to distance yourselves from the ongoing look at me, political theater and reject this reckless and pointless resolution before you today. Thank you.
India Miller and Dr. Jill Lewis-Spector.
Hello again, I'm India Miller, proud transgender woman since before the internet and the beginning of time. No one groomed me, no one showed me options to be transgender, I just figured out what I was. I'm known for wearing this t-shirt as a direct result of Bridget wearing anti-transphobic shirts. I hate this shirt. It says transphobia kills because it does. Kids like Next Benedict die as a result of the legislation and the Moms for Liberty stuff that Bridget puts together. They really do. This is a real issue in the real world. People being attacked in bathrooms by transgender people isn't a real issue. It just doesn't happen. Not one person in Florida of any identity has ever been attacked in a bathroom by a transgender person. So today I retired this shirt because I'm no longer talking about Bridget. You're not relevant. Everyone has asked you to go. Karen, if you were doing your job, you would write a letter to get her out of here. This is ridiculous that we're doing this. Why are we here doing this? Nobody cares about this. It's not a real issue. 1 in 4 of your girls are going to be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. Not by transgender people, by men. I mean, can we address that? Can we try to address violence or what is going on in our country? Can we try to address it? Girls, what do you do if you're in that situation, if you're being sexually assaulted? Do you stick your fingers down your throat and vomit on yourself so that you're less likely for someone to sexually assault you? We need to prepare girls for the real world. What do you do? Maybe we teach them self-defense. I don't know, but we don't focus on whether someone like I is going to attack someone in a bathroom or not. I'm a transgender woman. I volunteer with old people, I volunteer at churches, I go to the Salvation Army and teach people who are trying to seek recovery ways to do that. But I'm not doing any of that. I'm not out volunteering and helping anyone because I'm here. Because of this nonsense of denying transgender people rights. It's so absurd. This is such political theater. It's such ridiculous drama. We're being held hostage by Bridget. And I really believe more and more you're just an empty, horrible human being. Women are attacked by rich, white, powerful men oftentimes who get away with it. And a lot of victims don't come forward because these men are politically connected or they're wealthy or they're well known. That's the real world. That's happening today. It happens in our towns. It happens everywhere. Can we please focus on reality? I feel like some of you might be decent human beings who really care about these kids. I will never talk about Bridget again. I hope I never say her name. Thank you.
Dr. Jill Lewis-Spector and then Dr. Sonia Howman.
Good evening, Superintendent Connor and school board members. I'm Dr. Jill Lewis-Spector, a Sarasota resident and taxpayer and advocate for public schools. For months, citizens expressed concerns that this board's actions were political, self-serving, and not in students' interests. Board members make no apology. In fact, at a recent board meeting, Ms. Ziegler offered, quote, "If I get blamed for bringing in politics, then game on." Well, folks, if you think this board is motivated by politics now, you ain't seen nothing yet. Tonight, Ms. Ziegler proposes a resolution in response to recently announced final Title IX federal regulations that add protections for LGBTQ students. Rather than respecting these regulations, Ms. Rose may choose to disobey them, to support Governor DeSantis' announced defiance of them, and to continue the bullying and harassment of Sarasota's LGBTQ students. Our district will be put at risk of losing all federal funding for low-income students and low-achieving students through Title I, funding for students with disabilities, and preschool and other services for low-income families. Forget about closing the achievement gap. Our motto, every student, every day, becomes meaningless. Approving this resolution is obviously politically motivated by Ms. Ziegler and Ms. Rose. There's more. This November, Florida voters will vote on Amendment 1 to change Florida's constitution and make school board elections partisan. How do you think that'll go? Our closed primaries mean that nearly one-third of Sarasotans who self-identify as no party affiliation can't vote. If Amendment 1 passes, who will partisan board members be responsive to? Not residents, not parents, but to their party leaders who funded them and who will now demand school board members to implement certain policies, perhaps to starve district schools, especially those with minority students, change school zones to resegregate schools, or ignore parent dissatisfaction, so more will send their kids to private schools, sucking more dollars from our public schools and dismantling them altogether. I congratulate Superintendent Connor on his recent profile in SRQ magazine, where he wisely comments, "I don't come through any lens of politics. It becomes divisive. Superintendents must rise above the political ideologies and keep the focus on the right thing, which is education. It's really important to stay out of the fray of politics." Will this board force him to sign this resolution? How will Superintendent Connor or any of us be able to stay apolitical if the proposed resolution is signed and our district is stripped of federal funding, or if we have partisan school board elections? Do not doubt that we will rise up. Our voices will be louder, our actions stronger. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Dr. Sonia Howman, and then Richard Canarelli.
Thank you, Sarasota School Board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Sonia Howman, Christian mom of 4, retired critical care physician. Respectfully, please accept the new Title IX regulations. No student should face bullying or discrimination for who they are. Ms. Ziegler, I've read your resolution stating that there are only 2 biologic sexes and the biological sex is immutable. On the surface, this probably sounds right to people, but as a physician, as a scientist who follows the science, I've learned that biological sex is complicated. It's not binary at all. There are a fascinating spectrum of conditions known as differences of sex development. Now, these conditions aren't all that rare. They occur in 1 to 100 to 1 in 4,000 live births, depending on which ones you include. So forgive me for this quick medical lesson. You might remember from high school, we get 1 chromosome from each parent. You get an X and an X and you become a female, or you get an X and a Y and you become a male. But even if you do get that Y chromosome, there's part of it called the sex determining region. And if that's missing, even though you're genetically male, you'll develop ovaries. In incomplete androgen sensitivity, a person's cells are completely deaf to male sex hormones. So although they're genetically male and have internal testicles, they look completely female, and they develop as females externally at puberty. But the most fascinating condition is called 5-alpha reductase inhibition. I actually encountered this when I was volunteering in a remote area of the Dominican Republic, where this is very common. This happens when a person cannot convert testosterone to its super potent form of dihydrotestosterone. And when you don't have that in a genetic male, inside the womb, you are going to appear completely externally female and be identified female at birth. But then, during puberty, when testosterone levels spike, they develop male sexual characteristics like a beard, and they develop external sex parts that are ambiguous sometimes, but usually, frankly, male. It's amazing. And while this is not a complete list, the moral of this medical story is biological sex is an incredible spectrum. It's not binary, and it's not immutable at all, just as God created it, and just as it is throughout the entire animal kingdom. If even biologic sex isn't clear-cut, how can we ever hope to divide gender, which includes social and cultural terms, into two categories? Respectfully, Sarasota School Board, I'm asking you to let every student achieve the most they can, refocus on academics, reject the ridiculous culture wars, reject Mrs. Ziegler's resolution to challenge this Title IX expansion. Let every child learn regardless of who they are, and maybe, just maybe, just maybe learn something from themselves. Every student, every day. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Oh, I want to hand you this. I want you to read this article. It's not a medical article. It's actually from the BBC. In case you don't believe me or you don't understand.
Richard Canarelli, and then Wendy Rosen.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Title IX issue. A few weeks ago, Board Member Edwards put forth a resolution that, if adopted, would have committed this board to treating all students, regardless of race, gender identity, or nationality, as equals. This resolution was entirely consistent with the principles of our educational system. The result was a member of the board angrily tearing up the resolution, an act that one could reasonably conclude was a rejection of those principles. Today, a board member will be asking this board to reject changes to Title IX, an action that may result in Sarasota County losing $107 million in federal funds. The core issue is the equal treatment of gay and transgender students and its implication for sports and the use of bathrooms. I therefore ask this question: doesn't rejection of Title IX requirements constitute a violation of the board's responsibility to treat all students equally? How does this comply with every student every day? The Florida legislature, the governor, the Sarasota County commissioners, and this school board are engaged in an unnecessary culture war that sees enemies where there are none. We live in a great county that has many positive attributes: great weather, a vibrant arts community, and an inviting park and recreational system, just to name a few. All of these combine to create a strong reason for people to retire to Sarasota County. These attributes, however, are not getting the attention. Instead, book banning, Don't Say Gay legislation, the effort to privatize Sarasota Memorial Hospital, and the Board of Education scandals are making the news. On February 24th of this year, the United University Congregation of Venice, together with the Social Justice Alliance of Southwest Florida, sponsored a Right to Read Festival in reaction to the book banning initiatives. Over 700 people attended, including a journalist from a Japanese news service who came to Sarasota from New York City to report to her readers in Japan. More recently, Vanity Fair sent a news crew to a recent school board meeting to report on the controversies, and CBS 60 Minutes aired a similar story. This is not news that you want to see in the headlines. Please stop fighting culture wars. Instead, please focus on the education issues that are supported of the inherent dignity and worth of all students, regardless of their gender identity. Life is difficult enough for them, and they do not need the school board to make it more difficult. One final point. What message are you giving to the students when their school board says they will not obey the law? Please do not second the motion. Thank you.
Wendy Rosen, and then Paul Laterio.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Rosen. The resolution before you this evening is a very serious matter. Please refuse to second the resolution, or you will once again fall victim to one board member who wants to hijack this board and our county for a meaningless political advantage. And at the time, you'll be risking $107 million in federal funding for our county. Don't fall into her trap yet again. Today, I want to focus on achievement, specifically board achievement. It's report card day. Ms. Marinelli, last month, you showed us what you think of our nation's Constitution and the fairness of humanity. You tore up Tom Edwards' resolution that merely reaffirmed this board's commitment to follow the Constitution. We were very encouraged when you voted against the Vermillion package, but your carefully executed piece of political theater last week, or a couple of weeks ago, proves that you have failed as a constitutional officer. Don't second the resolution, and perhaps you can reclaim a little bit of dignity and respect from this community. Ms. Rose, this year you had an opportunity to lead. You didn't. You voted for a fellow board member to resign, and then you allowed her to disrupt the business of the board with her culture war gimmicks. If you vote in favor of the resolution tonight, you'll prove you're a puppet. Voters are likely to give you a failing grade this August. Mr. Edwards, thank you for the restraint you've shown as fellow board members disrespect you and interrupt your voice in school board matters. You've been the sole voice of reason in a year of campaign gimmickry. You've shown support and trust for school administrators and teachers who are afraid to speak truth to power. Mr. Enos, your background is public safety. I wish you would be more proactive about the need for our schools to be safe for students and for staff. I'm sure you have a lot to say about security. The risk of volunteer chaplains, gun safety, dealing with crisis events. I hope next year you'll be more vocal in public safety and the rule of law. And if you keep the rule of law, you'll vote against this resolution today. Finally, Ms. Ziegler, your mission is only political, to be an agent of chaos. You've achieved that and more. Now you have a new game in an effort to audition for your next job. Good luck. School boards in other states are working with their governors to create safer schools, free lunches for every student, and expand.
Paul Laterio, and then Steve Russell.
Good evening. My name is Paul Lotierzo, and I'm the Executive Director of Project Pride SRQ. I'm here tonight to ask you not to second the motion to vote on the Title IX resolution, because I care about student success and safety. And the Sarasota County School Board would be jeopardizing both by passing this resolution. The passage of this resolution would force the district to break the law, risking the loss of over $100 million in federal funding for Sarasota's most vulnerable students, including students with disabilities, low-income students, and students from military families. In a period where budgets are dwindling due to lower student enrollment, and Florida has now moved into 50th place in the nation for average teachers' salaries, we should be focusing on ways to create more financial resources, not less. I hope to see this board, as constitutional officers who follow the law, focus on academics over political activism, and protect every student every day, not participate in political theater. Thank you.
Steve Russell, and then Brenda Pastoric.
Thank you, Sarasota School Board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Steve Russell, father of 4 products of the Florida Public School System. I'm respectfully asking you today to reject the resolution to stop the revised Title IX regulations issued by the Department of Education. There are so many reasons to reject this resolution. One of the biggest is simply that bullying and discrimination against anyone for any reason is plain wrong. Who have we become if we cannot agree that every student who have we become if we cannot agree on that? Every student, every day. Several board members have described themselves as constitutional officers that must follow the law at all times. Mrs. Ziegler has veered off this course and wants to reject the new federal Title IX protections against discrimination for gender identity. The illegality of this resolution begs to make another point. I helped each of my children with their homework. 8th grade civics was not their favorite. Although I'm not a lawyer, I do seem to remember federal law supersedes state law. I'm sure this board has sworn an oath to uphold the law. Please do not allow Mrs. Ziegler's resolution to make a mockery of that. The ultimate penalty for noncompliance with Title IX regulations is the withdrawal of federal funds, including monies earmarked for low-income students. With this money at stake, it is fiscally prudent for Sarasota schools to comply with the mandates of Title IX. So Sarasota School Board, show us who you are once and for all. Are you constitutional officers following the law? Are you fiduciaries for every student every day? Do you, as the people responsible for the education of this county's children, fully reject bullying and discrimination in all of its forms? Or will you fall into the well-worn path of useless, banal culture wars that will continue to steal the money and integrity from our state? Do the right thing. Stand up to this resolution. Protect every student every day. Is there one thing wrong with protecting every student every day? Is there? Why would you vote to approve this resolution? The new Title IX regulations protect every student. Is there a good reason to reject that? Is there? Can anybody answer that? You can speak. Yeah, you can speak. There's not one good reason.
Brenda Pastoric, and then Thomas Babbitts.
Board members and superintendent, I'm Brenda Pastoric, 25-year resident of Sarasota and a former member of the East Haven Board of Education. I am asking you to support the resolution, to second it, and to unanimously pass it. Governor DeSantis, in response to Joe Biden trying to inject gender ideology into education, undermining opportunities for girls and women, violating parents' rights, and abusing his constitutional authority, is we will not comply and we will fight back. We're not going to let Joe Biden try to inject men into women's activities. We're not going to let Joe Biden undermine the rights of parents. And we're not going to let Joe Biden abuse his constitutional authority to try to impose these policies on us here in Florida. At the governor's direction, Florida's education commissioner is warning superintendents and school districts at this time to hold off on putting any changes into practice. The Attorney General, Ashley Moody, is also railing against the new rules, claiming they shred protections for women and calling the move a betrayal by the White House. She promised to challenge the new regulations in court and has filed suit. Florida joins other states, including Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Texas, Louisiana, Nebraska, Mississippi, Montana, Idaho, and Oklahoma in rejecting the new federal regulations. The rights to do this by these states is constitutional under Article 6. The Constitution is a set of rules that governs the government, not the people. The powers delegated by the Constitution to the federal government are few and defined. Those which are to remain in the state governments are numerous and indefinite. Nullification is the right remedy to stopping federal overreach. Article 6 is the solution to reining in federal government. Simply stated, nullification is the reserved power to nullify or invalidate any unconstitutional action, not only by refusing to implement it, but also by declaring it null, void, and of no force within a jurisdiction. States should not comply with federal encroachments or international ones, or participate in unconstitutional programs. Doing so is a violation of the oath taken by state officials or local ones. The Constitution is not at fault for government operating outside of its constitutional limitations. It's the government officials ignoring it who is to blame.
every local, state, and federal official, including police and military, who has sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution is duty-bound to oppose laws not made in pursuance of the Constitution, as well as any other unconstitutional acts of the federal government or international bodies. Therefore, I urge you to stand strong.
Thomas Babbitts, and I apologize on this next one. It looks like Jack Mosiglio.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Babbitts, Sarasota County resident. I'm a legal immigrant and political refugee who escaped from communism in Eastern Europe, and English is my fourth language. First, I would like to congratulate the entire board with Chairwoman Ms. Karen Rose and Superintendent Connor, Mr. Connor, because of the improved test results released lately. This is a great job. Second, going straight to today's agenda, I hope that all of you board members will vote to reject any changes to Title IX policy. None of the parents and residents of our county I talked to about it would like biological males to share bathrooms and locker rooms with their daughters. They say it's just sick and immoral. I have two daughters, and I would never send them to school where a biological male could see them when they change, or them see to him changing. This is a non-partisan issue, and I'm sure all parents, regardless of their political affiliation, will agree with me. This is just a common sense. It is strange for me even that we talk about it. Do what is right, please. I am Thomas Babbitts, and I am running for Sarasota School Board District 3. Thank you.
Jack, if you pronounce your last name, and then Isabel Sebi M.
Hello, my name is Jack Machichi. I'm a graduate of Florida Public Schools. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, where I served my country as a combat medic in Afghanistan. I also happen to be transgender, but I don't think that should matter. I'm here today because of the continued hatred and bigotry that a particular board member brings to the school board, and the trauma that she brings to the lives of queer students in our schools. I can't believe this nonsense has gone on this long. I honestly have zero desire to be an advocate, as I just want to live my life, but it's become obvious to me that it's necessary to speak up. Karen, do your job and write the letter to DeSantis to have Bridget removed. All of this culture war propaganda introduced by her is wasting the time of our students, teachers, parents, and taxpayers. This is all just a big distraction. We need to remember why we are here. It is time to focus on our students and their education. It is time to stop traumatizing specific subsets of our kids for political fear-mongering. I have experienced actual war at firsthand. This imaginary war on the dangers of trans people in bathrooms needs to end. There's no evidence that letting transgender people use the public facilities that align with their gender identity increases safety risks. Trans women are not attacking cis women in restrooms. It's just not happening. Transgender people want privacy in bathrooms too, and we use the bathroom for the same reason as everyone else, to do our business and leave. Do the job you have been appointed to do. Focus on the safety, well-being, and education of the students. Every student, every day, includes LGBTQ students, whether you agree with who they are or not. Thank you.
Isabel, and then Jessica Thomason.
Hello, I'm Isabel, aka Sebi, and I'm speaking today as a former Sarasota County student. This rejection of the new Title IX policy is nothing more than another cog in a pointless culture war, political theater. Local governments cannot override federal law, regardless of what your personal and religious beliefs are. And if this resolution were to hypothetically be passed, it'd be so inconvenient for students, educators, and parents alike. I'm openly non-binary, and I obviously have a preferred name different to my birth name, and this was never a problem until my senior year in 2023, when the school board made it a problem. There was a policy enacted that made it so I had to get parental consent for teachers to use my preferred name. I didn't ask them to use the right pronouns or whatever, just my name. I was pulled out of class and sent to the guidance counselor's office where I had to call my mom in order for me to use my preferred name. I was 18, made to feel like a child. I was singled out. I was made to give up precious learning time. And guess what? My mom is a lunch lady at a Sarasota County school. So she had to take time out of her busy schedule for something so trivial as my name. All of this because the school board wanted to have this right-wing cultural victory. A better school board would prioritize academics over political activism. Do not second this resolution. Thank you.
Jessica Thomason, and then Elizabeth Albiez.
Karen, Robin, and Tim, my comments are directed only at you tonight. Do not second a motion to adopt this resolution. When I first saw it posted, I was honestly amused. It's absurd, performative, it has nothing to do with student achievement. I wasn't worried. But I thought, why not just ask you myself? So I emailed you guys. Did you see it? Maybe check your spam. I said, hey, let me know if this is something I should worry about. We could avoid a ton of comments on Tuesday. And I received no response. At any point over the last week, you could have spoken out to assure the public that you understand the Title IX changes, that you understand the new rules make zero recommendations in regards to women's sports, and that they very likely coincide with some policy changes you'll need to be making anyway in light of the parental rights and education settlement. You could even say, I hate the Title IX rules, but I plan to follow the law. But you didn't. You said nothing. So here we all are, summoned like clockwork by your colleagues' extremist charade, and you've done nothing to mitigate this. So when we get to the end of public comment tonight, I don't want to see you all yawning and saying we're distracting from the business of the board. This resolution is on your agenda. You have made this the business of the board. I get that there are things about Title IX that you may not disagree, or you may not agree with. I wouldn't even mind if you admitted that. That's fine. I'm okay with you having a different opinion than me. I'm more than okay with you sitting like adults and workshopping actual policies that affect actual students in our district instead of constantly dragging Sarasota into culture wars to be fought on a national stage. But instead of doing any of that, you sit poker-faced and you make us guess what you're thinking, making us worry that maybe you would forfeit $100 million in federal funding to make a political statement, because that's the price tag on this. There really is no winning here. You can't keep our schools funded without following the law, but you can't keep DeSantis happy without breaking the law. And Karen, I know you could really use a DeSantis endorsement for your reelection. Sounds like you're in a real pickle. But man, that's an awful lot for our kids to pay for your DeSantis endorsement. One last thing, you're going to hear from a few people tonight who will try and convince you that the Title IX thing puts our girls at risk, doesn't keep them safe. I'm a parent of 2 girls in this district, and I want you to be honest with yourself and with us. Are we keeping our girls safe now? Because I know 2 individual cases of girls being sexually assaulted in public spaces in our schools right now. These are shared open spaces. Why would someone sneak into a bathroom to assault a girl when they can do it publicly and get away with it? They could do it in a bar while they're pretending to take a picture of a beer and get away with it. So don't fall for the extremist talking points. Focus on student achievement, put academics over activism, and please do not second this motion.
Elizabeth, and then Chloe Boggs.
My name is Elizabeth Albiez, for the record. We stress the importance of civics lessons in Florida schools and using original documents. A clause in Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution, known as the Supremacy Clause, declares the Constitution, laws, and treaties of the federal government to be the supreme law of the land, to which judges in every state are bound regardless of state laws to the contrary. If Florida wants to make protections stronger than those provided by federal regulations, it can, but it cannot make them less so. It cannot refuse to enforce them without risking great harm. In the case of Ms. Ziegler's resolution defying Title IX regulations, It means jeopardizing $107 million in federal aid for ESE students with disabilities, Title IX low-income students, English language learners, and students from military families. We could also incur enormous litigation expenses by defying the federal government. You, our board members, are constitutional officers with a solemn responsibility. You must uphold the rules and regulations of our United States of America. I implore your better angels not to play political theater in a presidential election year at the expense of our students and the public education you are sworn to protect. It was just last month at a workshop that Ms. Marinelli tore up a resolution that called upon board members to uphold their constitutional officer responsibilities to ensure that all students, no matter their status, receive a quality public education. She felt it was insulting and that Mr. Edwards should resign. Mr. Enos reminded us that he would always uphold the law. Ms. Marinelli, Ms. Ziegler, Ms. Rose, and Mr. Enos voted down the resolution. And now, in a brazen effrontery to our community, Ms. Ziegler, in a desperate attempt to remain relevant, introduced a resolution in open defiance of her constitutional officer responsibilities. Certainly, if most board members could vote down a resolution upholding constitutional duties because they didn't need to be reminded of the duties they should obviously uphold, it seems like the theater of the absurd that we now have a resolution declaring open defiance of one's constitutional duties. If there is any sanity left, one would hope there will be no takers to move or second such a derelict resolution, let alone vote for it. In closing, can we please just stay with the idea of every student every day upholding the law of the land and ensuring that our district receives all its federal aid? Florida just sank to 50th in the nation for teacher pay, yet we are currently 15th for the highest cost of living. We need a lot more funding, not less, and the last thing we need are federal litigation expenses. Thank you.
Chloe Boggs, and then J.T. Pryor.
I'm Chloe. I'm a former Sarasota County School student. I use all pronouns. As a young person who just spent the last 4 years of my life in our school system, I can confidently say that gender wars have only been an issue politicians have hopped on the bandwagon for political points. You've created an issue and inflated it so that you can craft a solution. The Title IX rejection is an incredibly evil method of solving a fabricated issue. The resolution, which is against federal law, would harm our most vulnerable students when the $107 million of federal funding is lost. Is a non-solidified chance of political endorsement really worth risking the academic well-being of students? When will the school board finally protect every student every day? Let's think about which specific students will be thrown under the school bus with this solution. Please consider the consequences and respect the students and community members who are speaking up against this resolution. And remember, constitutional officers must follow the law.
J.T. Pryor, and then Julie Forstier.
Good evening. I'm back. I'm J.T. Pryor. I work as a minister to a rainbow congregation in Sarasota, and my shirt says, God's agenda is love. There is no other agenda. And so I just want to say that I am not here because of politics. I'm here because of my belief about God, because we will become like the God we believe in. So tonight I want to talk about this Title IX resolution, and it's just really daunting to look at this proposed resolution because it seems like this board can't quite stay in its lane. Now, in our church, we talk a lot about, there are counselors who take care of mental health, there are doctors who take care of physical health, and we need to know what our role is, and we need to stay in our lane here. So if you forgot, let me educate you. Our district's role is not to get caught up in legal battles or to try to defy the federal government. Its goal and its only role should be to prioritize academics over politics. This effectively is admitting to breaking the law before it goes into effect. So if I were publicly committing myself to rob a bank tomorrow, you guys would probably all call the police. So I'm going to ask our board members not to second the motion on this vote, on this illegal resolution, actually, especially since many of you are on record saying that you're constitutional officers who will uphold the law. Time and time again, it feels like this board will not listen to any of us, and we show up week after week expressing our dissent. I hope today might be different. But on the chance it's not, August 20th is not far away, and we'd be happy to find constitutional officers who will uphold the law. Thank you.
Julie Forstier, and then Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley.
Good evening, board members. I'm here today to ask that none of you second the Title IX resolution. I'm going to direct my comments at Mr. Enos, Mrs. Marinelli, and Mrs. Rose. I've heard each of you talk about being constitutional officers and how it is your duty to follow the law. This resolution puts this district in a no-win situation, and it brings us into the crossfire of a culture war, which is exactly where a school board does not belong. I've also heard you speak about focusing on academics over activism and about taking the political theater out of this boardroom. This resolution was brought about to be a lightning rod and to detract attention away from the important work this board should be focused on. I'm asking you to please do what you have been preaching and, as constitutional officers, uphold the law. It is not your job to get in the middle of a fight between the state and federal government. I also just want to say I have a 16-year-old who currently attends Suncoast Polytechnical High School, and she has never expressed any fear of trans students using the women's bathrooms. This is a made-up problem and is exactly the type of political theater that we need to keep out of the boardroom because it is not representative of issues that Sarasota schools are facing. Please do your job and protect every student every day, and do not second this motion. Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley, and then Frank Buffone.
I see some American flags. I like that. And I won't call out the people that don't have them on this week, but I will call out the people that are wearing them next week. Respect for our flag is non-negotiable. And people who go and take our flag down, there need to be a bunch of people that follow them up and put the flag back up. Relative to some comments I've heard about our school board members, I know three of them very well. And Ms. Marinelli, Tim Enos, and Karen Rose, I know them fairly well. They're decent people. They're good people. They're very professional. They have a lot of experience in education and a lot more experience in education than the people that are going up against them. Mrs. Ziegler's been through hell, and all I can say, Winston Churchill said, when you're going through hell, just keep walking. And they've thrown everything they can at you for the worst mistake you've ever made. I admire your ability to come back. And I admire your ability to do what you were voted to do. And each one of you on this amendment, do what your constituents asked you to do. Vote the way your constituents asked you to vote. And so 52% of most of you up there, 52% or 53 or 4%, asked you, elected you to vote the way that you told them that this is who I am. And Ms. Ziegler came in with 58%, larger than anybody else. So just vote the way your people have asked you to vote. That's all I ask. And I believe last week we saw a disgusting incidents of disrespect for our flag, and I hope I never see that again. And I think that some of that comes out of the disrespect that's grown and fomented by some of the LGBTQI, CRTDI things that are going on, not all of it.
Everybody deserves to be respected, and nobody's any better than anybody else. If you're gay, you're gay, you know, who cares? If you're straight, you're straight, who cares? That shouldn't be something that you're evaluated on. How you perform your job is how you should be evaluated. So we've seen too much, the enemy's at the gates, the enemy's taking the flag down. The enemy is here, and we need to fight back with our American values. And that doesn't mean arguing about whether I'm LGBTQI. It doesn't mean arguing about that. One is no better than the other. It's what you do, okay? And it's not where you start, it's where you end up. People admire action. Thank you.
Frank Buffone, and then Anya Dennison.
Good evening. I want to start by saying I hated to go to school. I was a good student, but as a young gay kid, I was continually bullied to the point of abuse. I had no one to turn to. In the 70s, we had no protection, and my treatment was tantamount to child abuse. I had nowhere to turn. This law will ensure that no other child will be left unprotected. You are constitutional officers and must follow the law. By breaking the law, you are sending the wrong message to our children that breaking the law is okay. Do not second this resolution. It will leave our children vulnerable and to the same abuse I experienced in school. School should be a safe place for all of our kids, for learning and for wonderful memories. Thank you.
Anya Dennison, and then Alan D.
Hi, Board. I'm Anya. I'm a graduate of Sarasota County Schools. We're talking a lot about Title IX, so I figured I'd share some of its history. Title IX is a piece of landmark civil rights legislation that was passed over 50 years ago in 1972. It prohibits sex-based discrimination in schools that receive funding from the federal government. Because of this, sexual harassment and sexual assault are designated as discrimination, making it vastly easier for girls and women to report and prosecute for it. Pregnant girls and women also gain protection from discrimination, and girls and women gain the opportunity to play on athletic teams in middle school, high school, and college. Title IX has also opened the door for women to be admitted into college and graduate school programs, and now 56% of students in both U.S. medical and law school programs in 2024 are women. Ever-expanding protections for our nation's most vulnerable populations have been a key part of our nation's history, and multiple presidential administrations, the Supreme Court, and the Office for Civil Rights have updated Title IX over the years. This recent Title IX expansion enacts protections from discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation, as well as harassment protections for pregnant people and student parents. Critically, it reinstates protections for student survivors of sexual assault and harassment that were rolled back, and it will take effect on August 1st, 2024. The resolution that's being proposed today would reject these changes. Its passage would risk the loss of all of our district's federal funding, which is over $100 million, like you've heard, for Sarasota's most vulnerable students. Federal law supersedes state law, which supersedes local law. If the board passes this resolution, Superintendent Connor will be forced to sign a resolution that directly defies the federal government. Board members are constitutional officers, meaning they are bound to follow the law. Members have recently affirmed this commitment, stating that even if they don't agree with the law, it's their job to follow it. Rejecting this resolution offers the board an opportunity to let the state and federal government fight over the culture war issues while we focus on the success and safety of Sarasota students. Even if our school board members dislike the federal government's expansion of Title IX, the dispute between Florida and the U.S. has barely begun, and any actions that the board takes are at risk of being negated, overturned, or contradicted in the coming days and weeks. There's no academic reason to pass this resolution, and there's no way to legally enact it. Thank you.
Alan D., and then Jenna Holmes.
To the board and to the superintendent, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Alan D. I've lived in Sarasota for 12 years. I live downtown. To me, it's a no-brainer that you not support and second this resolution. Your constitutional officers who have stated that you will follow the law. If you were to support this and second this resolution, what example would that send to the students? Entirely the wrong example. Secondly, breaking the federal law is putting at risk more than $100 million of federal funding, and that doesn't count the legal fees that you would rack up. Put that money to better use. Finally, you know you're going to lose. So what purpose does this, what purpose is this all for? Do what's right for Sarasota County students. Don't second this resolution. Thank you.
Jenna Holmes, and then Paulina Testerman.
Hi, my name is Jenna Holmes, and I am an alumni of the Sarasota County School System. I want to give a quick disclaimer that I am a mom who is running on just 4 hours of sleep, so please excuse me if I struggle with speaking coherently today. I'm here to speak because I care about my hometown and community and take great pride in being a Sarasota native. I'd like to take a moment to congratulate Tom Edwards for coming in second place for Sarasota's Best of the Best Sarasota County School Board member. I'd like to acknowledge his humility and respect for students of every gender, color, and sexuality. Thank you, Tom. Obviously, the passage of the resolution for Title IX is just another narcissistic grab for political power that people with common sense and human empathy should not allow to pass. As constitutional officers, it is your duty to obey the law in its full capacity. So passing this resolution would literally be breaking federal law. We could lose over $100 million in federal education funding, and it would take away protection from discrimination for students that are LGBTQ and for straight cisgender students. It will directly harm some of our most vulnerable youth, such as ESC students with disabilities, low-income students, English language learners, and students from military families. I want you to think long and hard about what kind of example that is setting for our youth. I'm tired of my hometown being turned into a political circus act at the center of the war on education and culture. Sarasota's local government has no right to attempt to overrule federal law. This is a joke. We are the laughingstock of the nation with all of these insane political theatrics infiltrating our school board meetings and system every day. The focus needs to be back on equal opportunities of education for every student. If the board is unequivocally dedicated to keeping politics out of our schools, then you all should be rejecting this proposed resolution, and it shouldn't even be up for debate. Once again, our school system is being thrown center stage of a much bigger culture war and war on fair education for all. Politics should not take priority over student academics and success. It is your responsibility to put our students first above any political freak show. The hypocrisy of this resolution needs no introduction or explanation at this point. I see what some of you are trying to do to our school system and what you stand for, and I do not stand for it. Do not second the Title IX resolution. It is unconstitutional and disrespectful to the community you are serving. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer students of every kind and color deserve a fair education with protection from discrimination, just like cisgender white students. So please just knock it off and get back to focusing on every student every day. Regards from an exhausted parent who cares extraordinarily for her community and its youth's overall success. Thank you.
Paulina Testerman, and then August Ray.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Testerman. I, too, am a Sarasota County resident. I, too, am a legal immigrant and a political refugee who also escaped from communism in Eastern Europe, and English is my third language, but I'm not sure what that has anything to do with the school board meeting. While tonight many of our community will be speaking about Mrs. Ziegler's Title IX distraction, rest assured that there's plenty of corruption and lies to go around in this board. So tonight, I'm going to congratulate Board Chair Karen Rose on her recent SRQ Magazine's 2024 Best School Board Member. I encourage you all to look it up yourselves and turn to page 146 and page 147 of the April issue. It's quite the accomplishment, Mrs. Rose. But I'm curious if it might help the public better understand, if you could help the public better understand the comment that is listed under your win. The comment states, and I printed it out for you to ensure that you saw it, Karen Rose was my son's principal and helped him through 6th grade. Seems like a nice comment, right? The quote is signed Dan Miller. That's your husband, right, Mrs. Rose? Many of us didn't even know that you had a stepson. You didn't mention him in your bio in the Observer. Can you tell us, Mrs. Rose, if the comment is in fact true, that your husband has a son and you were his principal? We're just curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Do you sincerely have so few supporters that your husband has to run around behind you trying to make you seem likable, professional, accomplished? Last night, I decided to look over your campaign contributions, and I find it absolutely, positively fascinating that you, your husband, and his businesses have contributed almost $24,000 of your own money for a position that only pays $43,000 a year. And it's only May. How much will you fork over by August? Is it possible that you aren't running because you care about public education, and instead you just need to maintain power and control? A quick drive around Sarasota and we see your face on almost every street corner. And I hope that the public recognizes that the property where those signs are is almost always owned by developers, isn't it, Mrs. Rose? That's because you're the developer's top pick. Because you support them building more, faster, higher. Meanwhile, many Sarasota students sit in their portables, glorified trailers, because there's simply not enough room in their schools. Our roads are packed with endless traffic because of overdevelopment, and candidates like you will only perpetuate the problem. You don't care about public education, Mrs. Rose. You care about money, control, and power. A friend of mine knew you when you were a teacher, and she said you were actually a decent teacher. She just couldn't understand how you lost your way and how you sold your soul to the highest bidder.
August Ray, and then Lisa Scher.
Hello, my name is August Ray, and I've been a student of Sarasota County Schools for the past 8 years. I'm here today to urge my school board not to second the motion to vote on the resolution to deny Title IX protections. My name is August Ray, and just yesterday I had my AP Government exam. One of the terms I needed to know for my exam was the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause establishes that the federal Constitution and federal law take precedence over state laws and even state constitutions. A failure to comply with the recent expansion of Title IX to include sexuality and gender identity is a direct violation of the Supremacy Clause and leaves our county vulnerable to lawsuits. Lawsuits we will lose. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask the board a few questions. What example would you be setting for our students if you were to second the motion to bring the Title IX resolution to a vote? Are you showing the students of this county that it's okay to ignore laws just because you don't like them or agree with them? And what are you willing to use taxpayer dollars on? Because you weren't willing to use taxpayer dollars to forgive student lunch debt. And you weren't willing to use taxpayer dollars to fight the state on the addition of a new charter school that will only hurt the district. And you weren't willing to use taxpayer dollars in ways that will objectively help our district. So please don't let fighting a losing battle in favor of bigotry be the thing you are willing to spend taxpayer dollars on. Please don't let culture wars be the thing you are willing to spend taxpayer dollars on. Please don't use our taxpayer dollars in ways that will objectively harm our district. My name is August Ray, and I graduate from Sarasota High School next Friday. And every single week, I find it harder to recognize the Sarasota County School District I know and love. So please, don't make me graduate from a county that I'd be ashamed to have on my diploma. Don't second the motion to vote on Bridget Ziegler's harmful resolution.
Lisa Scher, and then Linda Weinrich.
My name is Lisa Scher. I'm a resident of Sarasota County and I have a child who graduated from this district. I'm also one of the co-founders of Support Our Schools. It is up to the 4 members of this board to do the right thing when it comes time to vote on the resolution to break federal law that is being voted on tonight. When a motion is put forward to bring this resolution up for a vote, we hope that none of you will second that motion. When Support Our Schools was formed in late, I guess it was 2021, the main impetus for forming our organization was our fear that public education, as we have known it, was at the risk of being destroyed through underfunding and defunding. We weren't formed for the purpose of fighting the culture wars, which we quickly determined were being used simply as a shiny object to distract the public from the true goal, the destruction of public education through defunding. We could choose to ignore the fact that the purpose of these new rules is to ensure civil rights and equal educational opportunities free of sexual discrimination and harassment for all students. It's not for Ron DeSantis or his minions to make decisions about whether or not this law is constitutional. That is up to the federal courts. The laws of this country are not a smorgasbord. You don't get to pick and choose the ones that you want to follow. The first paragraph of this resolution, and I haven't received an answer yet as to who drafted it, but I have filed a PRR, states that the school board members are constitutional officers, each of whom swore an oath to uphold, protect, and defend the laws of the U.S. and the state of Florida. I'm not really sure why you put that in your resolution and then you turn around and violate it. Why would any board member, particularly Mr. Enos, who is in fact a law enforcement officer, or I should say was, but it's in you, we know that. Why would any of you vote in favor of a resolution which chooses to flout federal law? Forget about the $107 million that we may lose. You're also subject to civil litigation. And I can assure you that'll be a lot more than $107 million potentially. We do wonder, however, if this resolution is part of a plan that both Mrs. Rose and Mrs. Ziegler have publicly supported to do away with the Federal Department of Education. In fact, there's a truck going around town advertising this. As we all know, the federal DOE provides significant protections and rights to our ESA population as well as to all students. Given that Florida is 47th or 48th in per pupil expenditures and 50th in teacher pay, who actually believes that this state will step up to ensure that our ESE students receive equal opportunities in education, or any opportunities for that matter? This is dear to me because I have a sister who I now care for, who was an ESA student in the 70s when there were no protections. Please do not second this motion.
Linda Weinrich, and then Jules Rain.
We've had a very heavy evening this evening, and for non-political people, there's been a lot of discussion about how you should vote on this and how you should vote on that, which I refrain from ever telling anybody how to vote. Principles should be discussed. Both sides of everything should be reviewed, but each person has the right to vote as they should, and they feel, as their conscience tells them to do it. Now, that works in a country where you have high moral character, okay? Then you're united about stuff. There's not a lot of conflict. But we've had a lot of changes in our country over the years. I moved here in 1968, so I've lived in Sarasota. It's over 50 years, going on 60 years, believe it or not, because I came here right after I got out of college. And I've seen a lot of changes because I've been involved with young people in the school system for a long period of time. It's really not an appeal like many people want to make here about this should not be being made to the school board. It's politics. They should be appealing to the law. They should get involved and work in the government and hear both sides of the story and learn. There's been many errors in things said tonight about the Constitution, about constitutional officers. There's only a few of those. But everybody in our country respects our country, and usually we take an oath to be patriotic toward our country and to defend the Constitution, because that was the basis of our law in the beginning. We had many young men that were involved. They were probably the most biblically well-educated people that we had, and they had dealt with bad government and a really restricted religion. And their main reason for coming here was for freedom. So when they wrote the Constitution, they wrote it for the people, against the government's abuse, against a king's abuse and a church's abuse of many of the things that they had to endure. And we're kind of at a crisis point in our country right now. We've been infiltrated for many years by communism, slowly creeping in here. And people don't really know it because they don't read what the communists are saying that they are going to do. They have steps that they were going to go through, and they're very successful. They've almost done it. They said, let us have your children, let us educate your children and teach them the things that we want to teach, and when we do that, we will have the country. We will not have to fight you because we'll invade from within and brainwash people where they don't know what's going on. Well, I worked in the financial field for quite a few, well, my whole career, and most people really do not have very much sense about a lot of things, spending especially. I wanted to say the only thing that I could even chide you about was that you didn't consider getting a professional accountant and pay them and not have a volunteer. That's very important. Anyway, congratulations on a good year.
Okay.
You've done a lot. You're a good superintendent, good board. You've done a lot of great things to streamline and sit down.
Jules Rain, and then Nicole Walkowitz.
Hello, my name is Jules Rain. I'm a mother, a community member, a former high school social studies teacher, and I'm a woman of transgender experience. And I'm sorry that Bridget is not here to hear my speech. I wish she was. I believe in the dream that is America, in democracy, and that everyone deserves the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm here today to ask the board to not support the proposed resolution to ignore federal Title IX guidelines. You have all referred to yourselves as constitutional officers, and as such, it is your sworn duty to uphold the law. As of August 1st, the proposed changes to Title IX will be the law of the land. I urge you to continue to act in accordance with the law despite whatever personal feelings you may have about the changes to Title IX. I'm aware that there are state laws which contradict some of the proposed changes to Title IX, and that the state of Florida is currently engaged in litigation to oppose them. However, litigation is not the same as an injunction, and currently there is no such injunction against the implementation and enforcement of the new Title IX changes. When state law conflicts with federal law is supreme, and this district is obligated to comply with it. Violations of the Title IX would bring the attention of the Federal Department of Education and the Justice Department, which would launch an investigation into complaints of Title IX violations in Sarasota schools. In such an investigation, this proposed resolution would no longer be a resolution. It would be Exhibit A in a case against the district. The Department of Education has the authority to deny federal funding and impose legal penalties, which could potentially result in the loss of $107 million in federal funding to Sarasota schools. This loss of funding would greatly affect low-income students, free and reduced lunches, ESC programs, extracurricular activities, and more. Florida schools already rank 50th in the nation for teacher pay. Losing federal funding and paying costly legal fees is not something this district can afford. This resolution would unnecessarily place Sarasota County schools in the middle of a fight between the state and the federal government. The resolution serves no academic purpose and is exactly the sort of political theater that has its basis in needless culture wars that we all need to avoid. Support every student every day, and put academics over activism by refusing to second this resolution. And if it does come up for a vote, please shut it down by voting no. Thank you.
Nicole Walkowitz, and then Beck Lane.
Hold on. Let me know when I've got to go. I suppose, let me start off my speech by saying I've known nothing but Florida. Born to two immigrant parents, the American dream and America's possibilities have been some of the first things they've ever told me. My mother and my grandmother fled Colombia because of gang violence and for more financial opportunities. Though they've instilled their cultures onto me, they always viewed me as an American first. Despite this, I've seen the way this county and state have treated queer people, people of color, immigrants, abuse victims, and the disabled. I've seen it my whole life, even experienced it in a couple places. Every student is not represented every day. Though I'm all too familiar with this, I start this speech with surprise that we have the money to challenge a long-standing federal title just because it adds protections for another vulnerable minority group. In Sarasota, I witnessed my grandmother and my mother, some of the biggest sticklers for America and fervently opposed to the idea that racism is embedded into the very essence of this country, get profiled at a Walmart for stealing. My brother's Haitian-Cuban friend got watched like a hawk in a Whole Foods for no reason after she drove 3 to 4 hours to get him to our house because he missed the bus to Sarasota. None of these are new. Even before queer identities were added to the Title IX, I find none of you put in any real effort to actually adhere to it. Why spend more of Florida taxpayer money on a stupid culture war you will not win against the federal government? You are making us a pariah by bringing political theater into a school board meeting. At the end of the day, my friends and family won't break a sweat feeling invalidated by a school board and county that has never once uplifted them. But you are constitutional officers. You've taken an oath. Stick by it.
Beck Lane, and then Tara Cater.
Hi, I'm Beck Lane. I spent the last 2 weeks creating public art in downtown Sarasota. Over that 2-week period, I met hundreds and hundreds of people from all over Sarasota County, from across the country, and I met international visitors who over and over again expressed their disgust with what you're doing and have done to Sarasota. These weren't people from special interest groups. These weren't people at rallies. These were everyday people who are appalled by the actions of this school board. Also, over that 2-week period, I was fortunate enough to be around young people your decisions affect, but young people you don't know because you can't be bothered to get to know them. Let me tell you, these kids are smart, they're kind, they're patient. They're giving teens and young adults who gather and help each other in a safe, inclusive atmosphere with homework, filling out applications, sharing information, talking, sharing books, banned books. And where are you people? As community leaders and school board members, why aren't you sitting down with these kids? Kids who are telling you to your face how you're harming them. Why aren't you asking, what can we do better to serve our communities? Instead, you're all aflutter with the idea of robbing Sarasota of $107 million. Just so you can inflict more pain on LGBTQ students and members of the community. $107 million. That affects all of Sarasota, not just the members you're targeting. Honestly, I'm aghast. It takes an otherworldly amount of political narcissism to even consider the totality of what you're considering to do to all of Sarasota. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and take a pause here so we can change the microphone batteries. Tara Cater is up next, and then Krista Post.
Enos, if you could call the next speaker.
All right, we're going to start again. If everybody could grab their seats, and we'll get back to public comment. We still have 41 cards left. Here we go. If we would please have respectful of the speaker at this point, and we'll begin again.
Hello, Board.
Thank you.
Oh, wait 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Terry Cater and then Krista Post.
Hello, Board. My name is Tara Cater. I'm a mom and a nurse practitioner, and I live here in Sarasota, and I have 4 kids. Right now, I'm in a little bit of shock. After a months-long hiatus on social media since the scandal, she now came back with guns blazing with anti-transgender rhetoric. Week after week, this board sits here and you listen to transgender people talk to you about their feelings. And you hear their stories and their pleas, and they're telling you that they don't feel safe here in Sarasota, and then this is what happens next. Like, literally, you say nothing and then come out just with, like, mean stuff, political theater. Recently, her new dog whistle is asking, as we figured out tonight, asking states to sue the Biden administration with the Florida to show her support, and for the changes to Title IX. And we've all talked about what it is. It was the federal civil rights law that prohibits sex-based discrimination, which is obviously important, and of anybody that gets federal funding from the government. The Biden administration added new protection for not only transgender humans, but pregnant women and victims of sexual assault and harassment. I have 2 beautiful daughters in our schools, teenage daughters, and I want to keep them safe more than anything in this world. That's why I ask that none of you second this motion to vote on today's resolution that would deny LGBTQ+ students their Title IX protections. There is nothing about today's resolution that would make young women safer. This has nothing to do with the safety of young women in our district and everything to do with the public image of this board. Why on earth does Sarasota need to be Tallahassee's wingman in this culture war? Our state government has already issued a challenge to the Biden administration, and the decision that comes out of that will be what decides how this board moves forward, regardless of what is said in this resolution. So why jump the gun? Why waste the time? Like, why did this even need to be put on the agenda? Like, what purpose does it have? How is it helping our students in any way? It's not actionable. Why waste the board's time with this toothless virtual signaling? My guess is, and it's only a guess, is that this board thinks it can earn some positive conservative press by taking advantage of confusion around trans students. I'm begging you, as a mother who wants the best for my child and all children, to stop making trans students the center of your conversation. Leave them alone. Let them live their lives. We have so many other issues to address. We have real things we need to do to ensure the safety of our students, and this is a distraction. Please stop letting politics dictate how you move this board.
Krista Post, and then Rana Bazzini. Krista Post. One more time, Krista Post. Thank you. Next up is Rana Bazzini, and I see she is here.
My name is Rana Bazzini, and I'm a resident of Sarasota. Hello again. I feel an apology is due to Superintendent Connor, to the school board, to Mr. Duggan, and to the Sarasota residents. I cannot speak for others, but it saddens me that another school board meeting will be taken up by another distraction. Other speakers have outlined all the reasons why Mrs. Ziegler's resolution should not be passed, so I will not go over them again. Mr. Enos has pointed out the necessity of following the law. If we want to change a law, there are elections. Theoretically, that's the way, but that's another topic for another day. Are there some laws that are so outrageous that they should be defied? Yes, but this is not one of them. It seems our country has been invaded by a virus. By a virus. On the national level, it's the president and the porn star. On a local level, it's a conflicted school board member and the protection of a vulnerable population. It seems our motto is every student, every day, except gay and trans students. I do understand the difficulty for people to recognize and accept the existence of something that goes against their experience and their beliefs. I do get that. However, denial and negating is not the answer. Some will never be convinced, but the vast majority will listen to the science, and I do hope you paid attention to that wonderful doctor who spoke earlier. Let's throw all the red herrings back in the sea and allow you to do the work you were elected to do. I really don't want to spend my 100th birthday at another school board meeting.
Donna Jones, and then Michelle Posey.
Hello, my name is Donna Jones. I have been a resident of Sarasota for 7 years. I do not have any children or any grandchildren, so I come for the first time as a member who cares about our children, whether they're mine or somebody else's. I want to say briefly something that about the resolution, and it's kind of off the chart a bit. But I was a military wife for 20 years, and I can tell you that over those 20 years, you can't name an ethnic group that we didn't have in our home. And while I respect the law, I was a human resources manager and director for over 25 years. So I had to follow, obviously, federal rules in the workplace. But to me, it comes back to, first as a mother of 2 children, it was to raise them with respect for others and to encourage them, to invite people, find out about other cultures. The second thing is that as a human resources person, we had to do that in the workplace, but it should be a matter of respect, embracing diversity. And so while I realize that there's legal things here, and I'll trust you all to make the decision that is beholden to you by the people who voted you in relative to the school. But I'm now going to be very transparent and say that now as a woman who was once a young girl, I don't know if anybody's thought about the young people going into a room where they were kind of nervous because they might not be as endowed as somebody else and being, self-conscious about that. And so I don't know that the law is going to fix some of the underlying things that children just bring with their lack of confidence until they get a little older. I commend the young people in this room that have the confidence, the self-assurance to be who they are, because that's really what we're all supposed to be. The other thing I want to say, and I don't know how this is going to come out, but I'm going to be as gutsy and transparent as I can. This is my first meeting. I've heard about them. So I'm going to speak now from my observation. And I'm going to speak directly to you, Bridget. I am a woman who
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Michelle Posey, and then Jennifer Cottrell.
Hi, Michelle Posey. Wow, we've had a lot of discussion here about our Constitution and upholding the constitutional law. You know who can't change a law? Joe Biden. He's the executive branch. Laws are made by the legislative branch. So this is going to be shot down in the first courtroom that it sees. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, I like the idea of this resolution, because what I think it's going to do is it's going to force Mr. Tom Edwards to decide if we're going to see Break the Law Tommy 2.0. Because in 2021, Governor DeSantis, through our legislature, already enacted legislation that says you only play the sport based on your biological sex. In 2021, the transgender athlete law. So you're in a little bit of a predicament again, Mr. Edwards. Are we going to see a repeat of what's happened before, where you broke the law and forced masks onto children's faces that weren't yours? Where you cost this district $47,000 in legal fees because of it? Where you've gone around the town and claimed that you are the ringleader working from the inside to build coalitions to work against parents? It's time for you to petty up. You claim to be a moderate. What kind of a moderate thinks that boys belong in girls' sports? I'm old enough to know the real reason for Title IX. And of course, we don't want anybody bullied. We don't want anybody harmed. But Title IX sports were created so that girls like me could get scholarships to play softball at Title I colleges because we couldn't compete against boys. So it's your turn, Mr. Tom Edwards. You brought the circus. It's time for you to step center stage. Are you going to break the law again, or are you going to uphold a law that's already on the books since 2021? I think, since it's an election year, maybe we should all hope that not only will a motion be made, but Tom Edwards will second it, because Sarasota County is watching, and we are a strong Republican, red-blooded American county, and we're just waiting to see, are you truly the moderate? Are you truly somebody who's going to uphold your constitutional, what you were sworn to uphold, the Constitution? I think you should check to the person to your left before you make any decision on this, because we are watching, Tom Edwards, and you are nothing close to a moderate. Thank you.
Jennifer Cottrell, and then Linda Wilson.
Good evening, Jennifer Cottrell. It's been a long time. Wasn't quite sure I'd step foot in a board meeting for a while. Just because I haven't been here doesn't mean I haven't watched. I was hoping that the circus would calm down and we could actually sit and talk about real educational issues. But I do want to give a kudos to our Superintendent Connor. Kind of misjudged him at the beginning, but I've seen that you guys are starting to peel back the, as you would say, the onion of the ESE department. And I've seen a little bit of strides made in that. I still have a niece, my kids are graduated, but I still have nieces that are in the district that has an IEP, and I'm witnessing it firsthand as being on her case, or care team. And I've seen some of the strides that we're making in ESE. And it's just sad that it took this long. I've been fighting this since before 2020 with my son in the department, or in the school district. We presented something to Dr. Asplin back in 21-22 school year, where we had started to peel back the onion at Riverview High School when it come to ESE, and we'd spent many months working on a project only to turn over a binder to him of solutions and for it to be ignored. So I'm glad that we finally have a superintendent that's willing to look at our most vulnerable students, which are our ESE students, and address these issues. So to you, I'd like to say thank you, sir. Also, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm looking around tonight and listening to everything that's being said, and it just seems like it's always something, you know. You always had one side that wanted to mask the children. We had other side, we didn't want our children masks. You know, it all became in parental rights. Some of us didn't want our children vaccinated with COVID, others did. Didn't matter what side of the aisle you were on. Whatever your beliefs were, the other side thought that you were wrong. I understand the LGBT community. Those that know me, my daughter is gay. She's married to a woman. I love my daughter. I love my daughter-in-law. It's not about that. It is about protecting the safety of our children, our young, vulnerable ones. I have 2 nieces. Like I said, I've got grandchildren that are getting ready to enter kindergarten. As a parent, as my daughter as a parent and as me as grandparents, I have that right to protect my children. I have that right to say who goes in that restroom with my grandchild or my nieces and who doesn't. I want to protect the women's sports. We fought long and hard to get where we are today, to have it come in and you know, us kicked out and replaced. So I do support the resolution for the Title IX, and I hope that it does get seconded, and I hope that you do vote on it. Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to be back again.
Linda Wilson, and on deck is Dr. Theoni Sublis.
Hi, I'm Linda Wilson. I'm a retired teacher from the district. I'm here tonight to support Bridget Ziegler and the other school board members on the resolution stating that our district will have no Title IX policy changes. Bridget and school board members, the community thanks you for that stand and for your consistent votes to separate us, to celebrate our children. I'm also looking forward to the August 20th school board election, when Thomas Babbage will defeat Tom Edwards and help Sarasota schools to become normal again. And thank you so much for the normalcy that you have brought thus far. Thomas Babbage will work with Bridget Ziegler and other school members to end the tyranny of SEL, CRT, pornography, and the sexualization of children in the classroom and in the district. I support the efforts of Bridget Ziegler and other school members and their strong stand for freedom, equality, and the 3 R's in our classrooms. Thank you so much, school board members. It's been a difficult time for our students, parents, and especially the teachers. Now I see a clear victory for all our community on August 20th because of Thomas Babbage. As a district, we can hope again. We can send our students to school and feel safe that all students are learning to read with phonics and doing math with hands-on learning. Thomas Babbage is a welcome gift to the community. And to our friends here who've commented tonight, I am just so sorry that you think you've been misrepresented. You have always been cared for and loved in the classroom. The things that you bring out are shocking because they don't exist. Bullying is like the most important thing to every classroom teacher. And I have never, ever, in my 20 years of teaching for the district, I never talked with one teacher that ever would allow bullying of any student in the classroom. It just doesn't go on. So I'm grateful.
I apologize. We're not going to be disrespectful or mistreat the speaker. I apologize. You will get your time.
So I'm grateful for this district and everything they represent and the desire to give every student and every family the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Theoni Sublis, and then John Wilson.
Good evening. Hello. I'm Dr. Theoni Sublis, former teacher in the county with a daughter currently in the district. I address you today not only as a voting member of the county, but the chairperson of Public Education Network Sarasota. The network represents organizations and foundations across the county to amplify the unified voices of citizens concerned with protecting traditional public education. So please understand, I am not a singular person standing in front of you today. Instead, I represent a multitude of voices from this community. Every time I address the school board, it is in the effort to support our teachers. The best way to support our teachers is to fight for their rights, not create more barriers for them. Their number one job is to support students in the process of demonstrating learning gains. This board has consistently created smoke screens that prevent teachers from doing their jobs. Book bans are smoke screens. The CRT debate, smoke screen. Use of pronouns, whitewashing of American history, and this unlawful Title IX resolution, smoke screens. Smoke, confusion, chaos. That's how this board manipulates the community by creating so much smoke and chaos that the real issues get lost. However, let me assure you, we are not blinded by your smoke, but instead have keen, razor-sharp perspective on the exact intentions of your machinations and manipulations with this unlawful resolution to defund our schools. The National Education Association argues that Florida is the worst state in the country for teacher compensation, yet you celebrate the pennies adopted for teacher salary increase and herald that as a success. It's absurd. Teachers are running on empty, and this board is siphoning the fuel. Supporting this resolution will lead to less money for our teachers and students. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week, and how does this board demonstrate its appreciation for teachers? By dropping this bomb. An unlawful resolution that will result in the loss of over $1 million in federal education funds. Board members, please show some true teacher appreciation and refuse to second the unlawful motion of this Title IX resolution. The board member who dares second this unlawful motion will make themselves stand out as an advocate for defunding our schools, our students, and our teachers. I assure you the public is paying attention. For board members considering approving the resolution, I ask you to consider tomorrow's headlines. School board member Tim Enos votes to break federal law. School board member Karen Rose votes to break federal law. Robin Marinelli votes to break federal law. These will be the headlines, and the community will respond. Don't second the motion. Thank you.
John Wilson, and then Lucille Mayton.
I don't know whether to laugh or be peeved off because, I've been coming to these meetings since 2019. And you know what? Tonight, we care about education. All of these people show up, and I've never seen them. These aren't the people that voted for you guys. So just remember that. They are not the community. I did read in the Sarasota Enquirer that community leaders show up. I don't see any. They didn't vote you in. I know I voted you in. And I expect you to do the right thing. Protect my kids. Because if you can't protect girls already on campus, how are you going to protect girls in only girls' spaces? There you have that. So this is what I expect you guys to do. No one cares about education. None of them. I haven't seen any of them care about education. And then as far as constitutional, this is garbage. Like, for real, hold on.
How do we go about breaking the law?
Oh my, that is so hypocritical.
How do we go about breaking the law?
Man, that is my favorite. But then I hear everybody in this room say, you're a constitutional servant. Please stop. Because I actually see a chance for the district to grow and do better now than all the kids that were left behind by the previous school board. So just do better. This is not the community that will be voting in August. The community that voted showed up and voted you people in, not them. Thank you.
Lucille Mayton, and then Larry Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Lucille Mayton. I'm a voting resident of Sarasota County. New Jersey was my home during my professional career as a reading specialist and then assistant supervisor of education. From those experiences, I say there is no greater value to a school system's reputation than the community's enthusiastic support. We want to brag. Let me go back one sentence here. This community deserves a school system it can honestly brag about. We want to brag about how Sarasota schools value diversity. We want to brag about how Sarasota schools celebrate each child's story. We want to brag about how Sarasota schools encourage curiosity. We want to brag about how Sarasota schools provide each student the tools and expertise to research the truth in social media, in verbal discourse, and on the page. Thank you.
Larry Wilson, and then Melissa Bakandi.
First of all, my name is Larry Wilson. I live in Venice, South County, and proud of it. I've noticed that here today, people are holding up signs they're not supposed to. They're snapping their fingers they're not supposed to, waving their hands, attacking individual board members. And why, Miss Rose, do you allow that to happen? Enough said. I want to believe that the United States of America is my home, that Sarasota, Florida is my home, that the next generation of young people in my county's tax-supported schools are being educated and are taught to respect and revere the values of my country and my home. These values are a reverence for the founding documents and the rule of law, thankfulness for our country, don't see much of that, and respect for the foundational institutions of our society, including the nuclear family, free practice of religion, and the teaching of the Golden Rule. The America I'm talking about believes in common good, the establishment of justice, the promotion of the general welfare, and a protection of our nation against threats. But there are malefactors at work amongst us, seen in the national rioting and betrayal of the spoiled, misbehaving ingrates that we've seen on television and tolerated, even encouraged by our national leaders. These rebellious factions are a minuscule minority of our citizens, but they are loud and they are cleverly devising ways to call attention to their destructive causes. So it is also locally here in Sarasota County, where a small faction of attention-seeking malcontents have been trying to fool the population at large that they are the mainstream, when in fact they are a small minority, and they seek to gain political power by their loud, strident protests. The Biden administration has promoted the aims of the vocal extremist over the welfare of mainstream America. So it is that the White House celebrates LGBTQ whatever symbols at Easter and is now trying to illegally enforce the inclusion of transgender males in girls' sports. Joe Biden and his totalitarian regime should be fought, and I applaud you for doing this. Oppose this law-breaking president who does not have the authority to make law. Thank you.
Melissa Bakandi, and then Deb Matheny-Hayes.
School board members, Mr. Connor, my name is Melissa Bikondi, and I'm here tonight to voice my support for the resolution that the Sarasota County School Board should absolutely refuse to change any of its current policies to reflect the radical, anti-woman, pro-gender bending ideology and anti-parent Title IX reforms being forced onto us by the current Biden administration. I'm here to call on our conservative board members who were elected for such a time as this to stand in the gap for our children. It's time to take the offensive position. Please do not make the excuse that you will not vote for a political resolution at this time, because unfortunately, the woke left is coming for our children, and the safety of our children is at risk. It's going to take you to stand in the gap. We need true leaders at this time, not those that sit the fence. Tell the Biden administration that they can keep their federal dollars if they are tied to this woke gender ideology and policy. How disgusting to tie this agenda to lunch money for our most vulnerable. We will support the local referendum if you tell the federal government, no thank you. Let's be the first to take a stand locally. Please vote for this resolution and show the community that you are in good faith, willing to protect our children at all costs. We reject this change in definition of sex and the addition of gender identity into Title IX. If we don't speak up, we are allowing the ushering in of a world ruled by feelings and purple hair instead of facts and common sense. There are multiple problems that would come from changing our policy to be reflected by the Biden updates. Number one, teachers would have forced speech and be required to call students by any pronoun or name they wish, even if the teacher has a strongly held religious belief against this policy. Number two, it's anti-parent. Kids would be able to transition genders at school without a requirement for formal paperwork or consent from a parent to do so. Number three, this would mean the end of women's sports as we know it and scholarship opportunities. Not to mention, it's dangerous. Number four, the end of privacy and the fear that comes along with having to share a bathroom or locker room with the opposite sex. Number five, the continued attack on free speech. When a woman or girl objects to a male being on her team or in the locker room, she herself could face legal ramifications and or discipline from her team or school. And number six, most importantly, this would be the official erasure, as Tom likes to call everything, of women and the rejection of the true definition based on chromosomes and science. These are just a few reasons I'm urging you to vote for this resolution and take a stand. The Bible says God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. It also says, for by him, all things were created, both in the heavens and on earth. And thank God he is the authority that we have to answer to, and not the Biden administration. Please be an example to the rest of the United States and do the right thing for our children locally. Thank you. And for the record, Tom Edwards has a history of wanting to break the law before most of these supporters that are here tonight were paying attention. So I hope he doesn't play the rule follower tonight.
Go about breaking.
Deb Matheny Hayes, and then on deck is Bill Hayes.
Good evening. I'm Deb Hayes. I am a longtime Sarasota County resident, retired district administrator, and I just have learned I'm a malcontent. I thought I was just a supporter of public education, but I'm a malcontent. I guess I'm asking you to not even consider the resolution that's before you tonight. Last meeting, I was so sad that you didn't take the opportunity to unify around just stating you believed in civil rights legislation. Now, please, don't make the matter worse by going on record stating that you will violate those laws and risk abdicating your fiduciary responsibility. Obviously, there's no legal value in this resolution, and it doesn't have anything to do with sports, but the expressed sentiment is hurtful and it's dangerous. If you do, for any reason, decide you're going to approve this resolution, then I would fervently ask the following of you as collective and individual members of the board to never, ever use the following phrases from the dais again. Please never use the phrase, laser focus on student achievement. Please change that to laser focus on political agenda. Please, number two, don't use I'm a constitutional officer sworn to uphold the law. Please change that to I'm a sworn constitutional officer to choose what laws I follow. And the hardest one for me is to please, please, don't ever say every student every day. You want to say some students, some days. For those students that we really don't feel need equity or equality, maybe not so much. And from a more personal nature, please don't characterize as a safety concern people who have a gender identity that happens to be different than the sex they were assigned at birth, that we may not understand, but there's no basis to suggest that it is a threat or a security risk of any kind. These are friends, people that are colleagues, advisors, and people I love and am concerned about, and they should generate concern and love from you too. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Bill Hayes, and then Robert Wright.
Hello, I'm Bill Hayes. And I just cannot believe that we are seriously having a conversation about whether to break the law or not. If we're going to break the law, you just can't do it. I don't get it. If the law needs to be changed, then it'll be changed. But you or I or nobody can just say, I don't like it, let's do it a different way. Talk to the legislators, talk to the people who make up if you don't like the way that the law is written. But it is the law for now, period. It's just incredulous to even be having the conversation.
Robert Wright, and then Louise Machinist.
My name is Robert Wright, and I am a resident of Sarasota County. I grew up here. I'm a product of Sarasota County schools, from elementary school all the way through high school. And before I forget, I want to say that I'm asking you to not second this motion. The rest of what I have to say is the idea that when I was going through school, I was one of those people who basically helped to protect and take care of people who were a little different. I'm the one who stood up to the bullies and said, we all have the right to be who we are. Doesn't matter. And when you look at this audience, you can see right here, everyone is different. And that's what needs to come across here, is the fact that we're all different. And we need to protect those people who are being bullied in school, and those people who are being treated differently because possibly of their philosophy, their sexual proliferation of whatever they choose to do or be. And the bottom line is that that is what this proposal is doing. It is penalizing those people. And those people are us, because every one of us may find that we have somebody who's a best friend or a family member who just might be not the person that you think they are. And they might be a little different. So the bottom line is that I agree with what has been said by the last two speakers. And what makes America so great, that I've heard a lot of people talk about tonight, is the fact that we have the right to disagree. That is incredibly important. And I totally agree that every person up here has had a chance to speak, and that's good. But the bottom line is that you all are charged with doing what is right for the children of this county and the teachers of this county. My wife was a teacher for 20 years. She passed away a couple of years ago. And the bottom line is I'm speaking for her and myself and everybody else who wants to have schools that are not political. And you all are charged with doing what's best for the schools, not for what's best for your political party or what's best for your future in politics. Thank you.
Louise Machinist, and then Sophia Pagels.
Hi, everybody. Louise Machinist, spelled like machinist, and it's been a long night. I'm just going to make a couple brief comments, but I want to go back a little bit to what our friends who quoted from Genesis read to us earlier, and I hadn't read the Old Testament for a long time. It just occurred to me tonight, that passage about the rib and all. It's like, boy, maybe that's the early form of gender reassignment surgery, which never, I never thought about it that way before. But tonight, I want to say that the resolution, which I'm here to urge you to squash the resolution. Please don't second the resolution. But it kind of, it also is rather archaic. The research that went into writing that resolution is perhaps from biblical times. Now, I thought that Dr. Sonia's presentation was fabulous. I hope that you all really listened and learned from that. I'm not a medical person, but I have to say, we're here about education. We're here about scholarship. That resolution is an example of extremely sloppy work that would fail in a science class. It took me 1 minute or maybe less as a non-medical person to Google Wikipedia, and I found that there are 68 pages of information about intersex variations. And according to Wikipedia, intersex refers to the state where naturally someone's sex chromosomes, genitalia, or secondary sex characteristics do not fit typical notions for male or female bodies. And here is the collection, 68 pages from A to X. Apparently there's no YZ, but we go from Arscog-Scott syndrome, androgen deficiency, all the way down to multiple XX, 5X, 3XY, multiple other conditions. I mean, I have to say, literally, the resolution is an ignorant piece of work. Please do not second or take this even a second further. Thank you.
Sophia Pagels, and then Reed Overton.
Hello, board members. My name is Sophia Pagels. I am a former student of Sarasota High, and I'm speaking to you today because I am a very protective older sister. I am trying to address the matter of utmost importance, the rights and protections granted to those students by Title IX. I cannot stand here and act like I know the reasonings that each of you have for your vote on this, but I can ask you to understand. As a student of Sarasota High, I spent more time worrying over school shooting threats and bombing threats than the time that my trans classmates were around me. I was in theater. I shared many, many dressing rooms with trans classmates, and not once have I felt like they have harmed me in any way, like I am unsafe with them around me. In fact, I felt the opposite. I felt happy that I can give them a space that they felt like they were comfortable. And it's shocking to me that I can stand before you guys here today begging and pleading to make sure that my friends, my siblings, have these rights and that they can go to someone when they feel uncomfortable. I'm not saying anything about Title IX beforehand with the rights about women and all of that. We've heard it all today. I'm asking you to protect my siblings. I'm asking you to protect my little brother, who is going into high school this year, who is afraid because he knows the bullying stigma around these high schools, who is afraid to get more hurt by his classmates than any shooting threat. I'm asking you, please, can just protect my family, protect my people. And I consistently see that fail by this board. Thank you.
Reed Overton, and then Alex Daughtry.
Good evening. My name is Reed Overton. I'm a Sarasota County resident, taxpayer, and father. I'm here tonight to urge board members Martinelli, Enos, and Rose not to second Ms. Ziegler's motion to vote on the anti-Title IX resolution. You claim to be dutiful constitutional officers who care first and foremost about the well-being and education of our children. Supporting Ms. Ziegler's attempt at political theater does neither of those things. If the school board chooses not to respect the new federal Title IX requirements, that will be a violation of federal law and put them in direct legal conflict with the federal government come August. This will unnecessarily place our school superintendent, school board, and entire educational system in the middle of a fight we don't need to be in. It would put over $107 million of federal funding in jeopardy, as I'm sure you've heard tonight, potentially denying that money to the students and families who need it the most. Taking an unnecessary legal fight with the taking on an unnecessary legal fight with the federal government to the detriment of our children is not behavior I expect from constitutional officers who claim to care about the rule of law and who care about their constituents and the students they are responsible for. My child is entering the Sarasota public school system in August as a kindergartner. I'm afraid of how his experience as a student will be negatively impacted if you allow this to come to a vote and it is passed. I'm afraid of the resources and opportunities that could be stripped away from him if you lose federal money. I'm afraid of the potential persecution he could face depending on how his identity develops throughout his life. I'm afraid that he will not be able to receive the education he deserves because his education professionals will be too busy dealing with the mess that could be created by allowing this motion to come to a vote. Governor DeSantis has already voiced that he will fight the feds on this, so let him fight it. Allow the political theater to stay at the state level and tarnish the reputation of the governor's office. Please don't waste your time or hours by getting in the middle of it. Please don't allow one more board member's desire to remain politically relevant to tarnish the reputation of one of the most highly ranked school districts in the entire state. Thank you.
Alex Daughtry, and then Casanova Daughtry.
My name is Alex, and I am a non-binary 15-year-old sophomore at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. Throughout 8th grade, I was consistently harassed for my gender identity. One of the students was transferred to another class. No one was ever punished. Instead, they were allowed to continue bullying and other queer teens. The extension of Title IX would provide safety to other queer students. You claim to protect every student every day, yet the motions you set forth do not support this. I am a student, and I am not protected. Your job is to help students, keep them safe, and support their education. This resolution actively opposes all three of these goals. If you want to claim to support education, then you cannot second the motion to vote for Title IX.
Casanova Daughtry, then Sebastian Gerstel.
Hello, my name is Casanova Daugherty, and I am a transgender student who recently withdrew from Booker High School. From the time I was in 3rd grade, I was the kid who sat on the bench alone at recess. I was not supported, and I was not protected. When I was 7 when the worst of the ridicule from my peers started, and it only stopped when I withdrew from school during the last quarter of my junior year. Throughout my whole school experience, I was forced to use a bathroom, where I was relentlessly mocked, something that would not have happened if I was allowed to use the restroom that aligned with my gender identity. I was forced to use a name that wasn't mine because it was on a piece of paper. I was put into positions over and over again that facilitated harassment towards me, and nobody ever did anything to step in and protect me. Any system that lets a child slip through the cracks like I did, any system that doesn't protect its most vulnerable members is wrong. Every student every day was supposed to include me too, but I was never protected. If you care about your students and your motto, please, for that kid sitting alone in 3rd grade at recess, do not second the motion to vote on the Title IX resolution. Your refusal to prevent discrimination and hatred is costing you valuable students, bright students, capable students. I had a 26 on my ACT and I dropped out, who are leaving your school system, people like me, because they are not protected, because they are not safe.
Sebastian Gerstel, and then Katie McCurry.
Thank you, Mr. Enos. I'm Sebastian Gerstel, a junior at Riverview High School. First, I'd like to speak in favor of the resolution Ms. Ziegler is set to present, which will prevent this district from going down the radical gender ideology rabbit hole. These changes to Title IX are nothing more than political posturing by the least popular presidential administration in history as they continue their crusade against women and women's sports. Title IX was a monumental victory for women when it was created over 50 years ago, and we must keep it and preserve it. Vote in favor of the resolution. Additionally, as Mr. Connor did, I'd also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge National Teachers Appreciation Day and thank all our educators in Sarasota County. This week gives us the opportunity to reflect on the teachers that have made lifelong impacts in our lives and thank those that don't wear a cape but do the job of superheroes. I can personally reflect on my 12 years now in Sarasota County Schools on the countless educators that have made impacts in my life, no matter what was going on. And it's important to take that time, appreciate them, and this is a great week to do so. Thank you to all of our teachers, and thank you, Mr. Enos.
Katie McCurry and William DeBrow.
Hello, my name is Katie McCurry, and I've been a Sarasota County resident for over 20 years, and I'm a stepmother of 2, a taxpayer, and a voter. I urge you not to second the motion to reject Title IX protections for our students. Upholding these safeguards is essential to your duty as stewards of education. This agenda item is political theater and contradicts your commitment to serving all students equally. If you cannot fulfill this commitment and listen to real students, doctors, and parents that are here tonight, please reconsider your role on this board as a public servant. Let's protect every student every day and do not second this resolution. And if brought to a vote, vote no. Thank you.
William DeBrow, and then Jay Woolen.
Board, Superintendent, thanks for having me. I didn't get the invite to the Sea Alliance to rehearse my speech or have any pizza today like I normally do before the meeting, so I'm going to be kind of all over the place here today. So I'll start with the fact that the Superintendent, Ryan Walters, yesterday announced that the Oklahoma State Department of Education will be the first state Department of Education to sue the Biden administration under the unconstitutional override of Title IX. I've heard it said before, and so it is a fact that Joe Biden can't write this law. He can't change. I mean, it's not a law. You know, it's good to hear people say, "Hey, we should follow the law." But it's not a law, it's a rule. It's like the ATF rule. You can't just write a rule that nobody votes on, pass it down, and expect everybody to follow it. It'd be like as absurd as writing a rule saying that, okay, well, we're going to spray paint all the grass blue now. It's got that much impact. It's got that much weight. People write laws. Legislators vote on them, they get passed. That's how we do it. Something else I wanted to say was that I've heard a lot about the impact, the harmful impact of certain policies causing suicides. Any suicide is a horrible tragedy, but I never hear about the 22 former service members that commit suicide every day. Happens. There's an organization that supports the families of those that go through that. And not sure what else I have to say, so I think I'm going to, what I will say is, I didn't have to get the invite in order to come up with the conclusion that they want you, or you to be the person to second it. You know, the motion's going to get made, somebody's going to second it. They want you to be on spotlight. Oh, well, Robin Marinelli seconded, blah, blah, blah. So then all the attention will be on you. It'll be Tim Eno seconded, and all the attention will be on him. Bridget Ziegler seconded. So what I would do is I would count a silent 1 second after the motion gets made, one lollipop quietly to myself. Everybody's seconded. Who's in favor of it? That's all I got. Thanks.
Jay Woolen, and then Richard Mazur.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Jay Wolin, minister of the Unitarian Universalists of Sarasota. I am a resident of Sarasota County. I am the Unitarian Universalists, are a 500-member strong religious organization here with many children who go to the Sarasota schools, some of who identify as LGBTQ, and I am here to advocate for them. Truthfully, I'm not worried about losing the money, to be honest with you, because even if somebody gave me $100 million, I would still be against this rule, because I am more worried about losing the soul of this community. Unitarian Universalists believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every person, and that includes our lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual, non-binary students as well. Everybody means everybody. And it is the LGBTQ students who are the most vulnerable right now. And as we heard, even we're worried about students, we've heard from adults here that are saying LGBTQ people are not normal and LGBTQ people are not part of the community, but they are. They are here, they are part of our student body, and they need to be helped and supported. LGBTQ youth, and yes, all suicide, but is horrible, but LGBTQ youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than non-LGBTQ youth. And we have the ability to do something about that. And it's not because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, it is because they are mistreated within our schools. And we've heard some testimony to that here. And so what you do here will save lives or will destroy lives. The book of Deuteronomy says, I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Choose life. So please, I ask you to choose a full and inclusive life for our schools and our student body. And as well, this is not just for our LGBTQ students, this is for our straight students as well, because they will learn, right? They have something to learn from LGBTQ students, and they can also learn some compassion for their fellow students that way as well. No one is free until everyone is free. And I'm glad somebody mentioned about Genesis, that we are made, humankind is made man and woman, and we are in the image of God, which means then that God is man and woman and is a non-binary God. I just want to point that out. And that we all have a man and woman attributes within us. So our goal, I think, should be to teach our children how to think, not what to think. Thank you very much for your time.
Richard Mazur. Richard, M-A-Z-U-R. All right, thank you. Then we'll have Katerina Bolshakova, then Elizabeth Bornstein.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry when I speak loud, my accent gets heavier, so you have to suffer. I am a recent Sarasota resident. We moved here in 2021, escaped from Washington State, which left me scarred for life, and I was born in the USSR. So I urge you to please second Here what I have to say. Everyone deserves to be safe. This is why we had the original Title IX in place to safeguard women, transsexual folks, those who suffer with gender dysphoria, who are trying to figure out the world, the future, their identity, deserve to be safe as well. Well, I believe in well-thought-for logical policies and laws. Unfortunately, our direction of governing lately is not remotely thoughtful and logical. We live in a strange, heavily influenced by social media times, when ideas and feelings are trying to supersede the logic. You see, ideas are not thoughts. They are just whims of imagination. What if we do that if is not thinking? Thinking begins when we are able to thoroughly defend those ideas from all angles, scenarios, and human personalities. One has to be able to find solutions that are not based on self-aggrandizing, but instead are based on thorough examination of data and all consequent scenarios. While I believe that there are very few predators, opportunists, or groomers there, but there are plenty of unhappy and craving for attention people who could be short-tempered and prone to outbursts of violence. We saw that here in school board meetings. We all know that with puberty, the difference in physical strengths comes between males and females, and we could not endanger girls in the moments of most vulnerability in bathrooms and dressing rooms. Where would be those 107 millions if a couple of girls assaulted? The solution, separate single stalls, separate bathroom. This sports, again, it is strange that anyone should argue that there is a muscle strength difference. Solution, separate categories. Notifying parents. You know, the most of Europe is rolling back all of the recent policies. It turned out that confusion will pass in a vast majority of cases, that puberty blockers are truly not safe. Thank you.
Elizabeth Bornstein, and then Tamara Solom.
Greetings, Superintendent, Board Attorney. My name is Elizabeth Bornstein. I'm a proud parent of a student in the district, a Level 2 volunteer, a taxpayer for over 2 decades, and a voter. Truly, I don't come here for the entertainment factor, for the misguided parental rights, or for activism. Believe it or not, I've been coming here for a while now because it's my responsibility as a parent of a student in the district to advocate for my child, her school, all the public schools in Sarasota County. As a parent, I want to share my appreciation tonight for all of the teachers in our district for the incredible work they do every day to educate all of our children every day, despite their being undervalued and despite their pay being the lowest in the state. I am grateful to all the school staff, administrators, Superintendent Connor for their hard work as well. Excuse me. There is so much to talk about tonight. A big concern is for school safety. Florida is making the headlines again for being the top 10 for mass shootings in 2024. Florida had 13 mass shootings so far this year. Since we were here last board meeting, April 20th was the anniversary of Columbine, 1999. 12 students, 1 teacher were killed, twice as many injured. On April 20th of this year, I attended a phenomenal youth panel coordinated and facilitated by one of our amazing youth advocates, Sebastian Martinez. And thank you, Mr. Edwards, for caring enough to listen to our students. We learned the heavy burden on them, school safety. They don't feel like their safety is a priority, that lockdowns are taken seriously. Their fears of violence for being who they are also being dismissed. I promised the students I would be a voice for them and advocate for them like I do for my own child in the district. Just a week ago, 12-year-old Booker Middle student brought a gun to school. Thank goodness the parent alerted the school. We heard about several assault allegations in the past few weeks as well. And I've heard from several parents about incidents where their children have been taunted and traumatized. I'm horrified by the amount of threats and actual violence, gun violence, along with other assaults, bullying, and exclusion in our county and the state. Thank you for piloting the metal detectors, but will there be enough funds? Will there be enough funds to cover the extra staff required to operate them effectively and get our children in the classrooms efficiently and on time? So, of course, now I have to talk about the dreaded agenda item 37, Mrs. Ziegler's tit-for-tat, game on, dance with the governor to try to make her relevant again. God forbid the Sarasota County School Board majority does not comply with your authority and obligations as constitutional officers. You will set up this district for many costly problems for a long time to come. Do not second the resolution, Mrs. Ziegler's shenanigans, and if it comes to a vote, vote no. You need to think about the consequence of your actions.
Tamara Solem, and then Bill Neese.
My name is Tamara Solem. I have been a contracted resource teacher, and I am also a substitute teacher. When I sold my business in 2022 and semi-retired, I wanted to be involved in a positive way in our community. While I've had wonderful experiences with staff and administration at many of our district schools, little did I know the kind of challenges I would be facing on campus now, or how the change in the culture of this school board would be impacting the experiences of students and staff. Do you know that when I go into schools, teachers I don't even know have approached me and thanked me for seeing me speak at these meetings? So please understand that my speaking today includes the sentiments and concerns of other staff along with my own observations. Here are a few things I would like you to consider as you make decisions as a board that is supposed to support every student every day. Consider the first grader who stomped on a chocolate milk carton, causing a huge milk explosion, cartwheeled, locked herself in a bathroom, argued, caused ongoing classroom disruptions, and ran out of the room, all before 11 a.m. This same child has no IEP in place because the administration was reportedly still working on it, and the behavior specialist could not assist because she was dealing with another student in another class. Give thought to the veteran teacher being surplused, which may make them have to choose to accept a position in a school more than 45 minutes away. This surplusing of teachers most likely will cause overcrowding of many classes in some schools, forcing schools to hire back teachers in August to reestablish those original classes. Think about the sad reality that many teachers I know are retiring or leaving the profession between salaries not keeping up with inflation, lack of academic and professional support, and overwhelming amounts of testing have caused incredible burnout in a once honored profession. Reflect on the paraprofessional who has had to alter their schedule and jump into substitute teach on a regular basis when teachers call out and there isn't a substitute available. Examine the ongoing threats to school safety. Recently, a middle school student brought a gun to Booker Middle School but was luckily apprehended. Last year, I couldn't talk to an assistant principal about an abuse report that I had to file because she was having to deal with a bomb threat or swatting incident that took precedence. The frequency of the threats to our students and the regularly scheduled active shooter drills are causing anxiety in our children and detrimentally impacting their mental health. These are just a few of the situations I wanted to share that should be addressed. One thing that this board does not need to be lending oxygen to is one board member's desire to put our district back in the limelight again by focusing on culture wars in order to support a political agenda, misrepresenting gender, and employing scare tactics. Title IX protections do not put any students or teachers at risk. The Department of Education has clarified and restored them to include protecting the civil rights of LGBTQ+ students. Let's focus on the real problems facing our students, teachers, and schools. And please thank all of our teachers for Teacher Appreciation Week.
Bill Neese, and then Alba Walkowitz.
My name is Bill Neese, and the wonders of technology shut my phone off. So I'm going to wing it here. First of all, I want to thank the school district for their educational pursuits in relationship to the Holocaust to instruction within our school district. It's very important. I just attended the Sarasota rabbinical event at Temple Beth Shalom concerning the Holocaust. It was a very moving event, and we should never forget. Secondly, I would like to point out the simple fact. It is not a discussion, it's a simple fact. There is no law that there will be violated. It is not a law. There's been no legislation. Laws are legislated. The clear mandates that laws produce are different from executive orders or orders from the Department of Education, of which many states and other entities have objected to for many years when they come down from some political entity that they don't agree with. So this isn't the first time, and it won't be the last either, I can assure you, because there are still multiple things in our courts concerning presidential kinds of mandates or mandates from various departments of our government. Totally different. Do not confuse that as if I'm telling you something and you don't understand that. So I just feel very clear about that, that it has nothing to do with what is taking place today. So frankly, I'm in favor of this because it makes a statement. First, the statement it makes is related to Title IX in its original form. No legislator would have ever imagined this to be the case as we're moving by an internal decision in an administration that has agendas, and those agendas are clear. So, with that being said, I just want to continue to commend this board and the direction of our entire district of raising those grades, and if that isn't the focus, then nothing else should be the focus. That is our focus. We are making progress, and I applaud you for it, and this district is headed in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Sergeant Hayes, will you turn the air on, please?
Oh, it feels so good all of a sudden. I'm not cold.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Alba Walkowitz, and then Sarah P. Alba? All right. Now we'll go ahead. Sarah. Sarah P.
Hi, my name is Sarah Parker, and I'm the Executive Director of Voices of Florida Fund. I'm starting to assume that you guys just really do like political theater. You like the clicks, you like the social media posts, it helps you on your campaign. I want to say that I've become friends with some of the conservatives and the leftists, and they're starting to realize that all of you are using this to better your political career. Furthermore, I have a joke, and I know you can't answer why, but I'll just do it. So knock, knock. Who's there? Our First Amendment rights is a joke because you tried to set up a First Amendment rights zone. I talked to one of the conservatives and I said, how would you feel if the leftists and the conservatives got into a small square of 6 parking lots, like 6 parking spaces? That's not safe. And furthermore, I looked at the statute, and if you click on the means in the statute, which actually gives you the definition on it, and I believe it's A, B, or C, at the very part, it says does not count for picketing or any kind of protesting. So you legally cannot do that. I hope that you guys could end this, Chair Rose, you could end this political warfare. There are people in here that if you guys gave it a second, that they would probably agree with each other. But this is again for political gain. You are not activists. I am. You guys have a work scope that you're supposed to do. I do not. I get to go flip over the tables and yell at y'all if I like to because it's my job. Your job is to take care of the students. You've seen tons and tons of students come up here and state how upset they were. And then you say, well, I do care. This is not, and also Florida public education, it is wild because even in South Carolina, we learned about checks and balances. And I don't know what half of these other people are talking about. There are checks and balances. You as a school board, imagine if they would have done that when we desegregated schools. Well, you know they did do that, and they had to send the National Guard out, if y'all remember correctly. I don't know if y'all taking history lessons or, you know, where your public education stops at, but that actually did 100% happen. There have been tons of federal regulations that happened that have made our country bigger, better, and amazing. And it's given me rights as a black woman to sit up here and even have a conversation with you or sit next to my best friend that is white. That is problematic. Y'all need to chill. I don't want to be here, and y'all don't want me coming back here because I'm slowly getting out of patience, and today I was de-escalating. I'll teach them as quick as I taught them how to de-escalate today, how to escalate. And if you don't want panties dropped on your head or abortion stories, you should Google those two things because I was the leader of that. Then I advise you just stop playing political games. Peace out.
All right, Cy Smith, and then Michael Conte.
Hey y'all, I'm Zyde Smith. I am Vice President of Voices of Florida Fund. I am also a parent of 4 students here in Sarasota County Public Schools. They go to 3 different public schools here in the county. $107 million. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money that y'all are risking being defunded. You know what $107 million could cover in school supplies? I mean, I can imagine, because our organization every year supplies underprivileged students and teachers with backpacks and school supplies because they need them, because they can't access them. $107 million could wipe out student lunch debt because there are kids at your schools that aren't eating. That money could fund extracurriculars. Did you know that the theater programs, the kids that are in your theater programs, have to pay for and buy at home their own costumes? That if you're in choir in Sarasota County, you have to buy your own choir robes because they're not provided by the schools? And if you don't get to participate, and you fail. $107 million you're willing to potentially just throw away in school funding. For what? For a resolution. A resolution, not a law, not a rule. You can't do anything with it. It's just a resolution. I made a resolution for New Year's that I was going to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go to the gym every day. Probably worked out about as well as this resolution is going to work out. At the end of the day, federal law is federal law. I don't care if you agree with it. I'm not going to sit here. Yeah, I have a trans queer child. I could argue with you all day about why I support Title IX, but it doesn't matter if I support it. It doesn't matter if you support it. You don't have to support it. You don't have to like it. It's the law. You're constitutional officers, right? That's your words, not mine. It's the federal law. Your job is to uphold the law and to look out for your students. If you decide to pass this resolution, the only thing you're going to succeed in is losing funding for the students that need it. So put your personal biases aside. Put your personal opinions aside. You can have those. They're yours. You have every right to feel however you feel about this situation. But that has nothing to do with your decision today. Thank you.
Michael Conte, and then Mary Holmes.
Good evening. I'm Michael Conte. I'll just mention I went to Rutgers University, majored in political science, member of the Honor Society. I was a school teacher in New Jersey. My reason for coming here, I wasn't even aware of what was on the agenda today per se, but my daughter had shown me a TikTok video of somebody trashing Bridget. And that's why I came here, Bridget, just to give you my support and tell you that I'm going to vote for you. And I'm just tired of the bullying. The people that say they want to stop bullying are all here bullying. The people here that say they want you to support the laws, the majority of them support an open border. They don't know what they're talking about, okay? The truth is, you've only heard from about 10 people here, about maybe 9 people that have their own conservative ideas, and they all got the same distribution of talking points. It's like a broken record going over and over again. And if you bend to their insanity, they'll be back tomorrow. They'll never stop. Once you give them boys in the girls' bathroom, they're going to invent some other new issue because they thrive on chaos. They love to fight. And I support that you, I believe it is, you second the resolution, because if you don't, you're going to lose. But if you force them to sit through all this garbage and still second the resolution, you've won. But if you don't, they won. Thank you.
Mary Holmes, and then Sheila Van Ness.
Good evening, Superintendent Connor and board members. My name is Mary Holmes, and I'm a 34-year veteran ESC teacher. It's been a few months since I've been at a board meeting. I was accidentally injured by a student in January during a prolonged active shooter drill and missed 8 weeks of work. A week ago, I was assaulted by one of my students and was transported by ambulance to the hospital. My dad died 10 days ago, and we laid him to rest this weekend. It's been a really tough several weeks. I would so much rather be home with Jenna and her babies. I'm really very proud of her for showing up and speaking up. But my father, Chuck Holmes, was very proud of my activism and that of my daughter, so I'm here tonight out of respect for him. Although I have been physically absent, I have kept up with every board meeting. And unfortunately, I've seen a lot of disappointing drama. I watched Tom propose a compassionate resolution written from the heart that, excuse me, it's a rough night, that would have clearly spelled out the board's commitment to little to every student every day. And I watched an embarrassment, Robin, as you tore it up in a tantrum that in a well-organized elementary classroom would have put you in timeout. But here, it was just another day at the landings. Tim, I have literally never spoken with you personally, but I wanted to add that although I wish your vote had gone differently on two recent issues, Tom's resolution and the vote regarding the proposed charter school, I still want to thank you for your responses. Again, although I disagreed with your ultimate votes, I sincerely appreciate your reasoning and thoughtful responses to both issues. That gives me hope for compromise in the future that can only benefit our students. Tonight will be a real test of character. How will you vote? Are you and your colleagues even capable of uttering the words, no politics, and actually maintaining that stance? The last issue I would like to discuss is the issue of the length of time regarding public response. If I were on the board, my response would be, thank heaven we have 73 employees, parents, grandparents, civic leaders, clergy, and simply involved tax-paying citizens who are willing to show up and give 3 to 4 hours of their time for the privilege of speaking for 3 minutes. I would not be thinking, oh, how inconvenient for me as a board member. I would be grateful for every person sitting in this gallery. Please knock off the drama. Please truly focus on every child every day. Do better. We deserve it. Thank you.
Sheila Van Ness, and then Sebastian Martinez.
Good evening, Board. My name is Dr. Sheila Van Ness, and I've been here before. And I want to say, I realize you have a lot of things on your plate. We have declining numbers of students because of the voucher program. We have the concern about safety. Obviously, the bullying is a major issue. And funding, of course, of our teachers is another issue that you have to deal with. I think one of the things that gets lost in all of this about the the proposal that you have before you. As a community, I think we have a lot of fear around the LGBT community. But I would ask, it's a strange thing. People who call themselves religious people are, just because they're afraid and they don't understand the LGBT community and the issues of those children, you know, if you believe in a God or a creator of some sort, whatever name you give it, I don't think God made any mistakes. So there's a reason for each of these children. Their differences are like the entire universe. We're all like stars in the sky. Each one is different, but they all shine and they have something to give. The job of the board is to allow those kids to shine. And I feel that people have told you today, we're failing to do that. We're failing to make people feel safe in our schools. So the last thing we need is to fight the government. I would just say that. I hope that you do the right thing, because it is the right thing to welcome all children into our schools and to be on their side and to reflect that back into the community, the compassion and the joy that we have with each of these young people. Thank you.
Sebastian Martinez, and then Shirley Brown.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Superintendent. My name is Sebastian Martinez. I'm a proud American exercising my First Amendment. And here we are again. I don't think I'll ever be able to properly convey how distressing it is to never be able to actually get to the speeches that I've written, recommendations, program ideas, and real issues that impact students and student achievement. I'm here to ask the board to not support breaking federal law and putting $107 million of federal funding for our district and educational programs at risk. Programs like free and reduced lunch, extracurricular clubs, and more is on the line. When I was a student, I was dependent on school lunches as my only source of nutrition. I had to keep my breakfast in my backpack and save it for lunch, and keep my lunch to save it for dinner. Then relied on any snacks my teachers kept to get me through test or long presentations. And that reality is nowhere near unique. Thousands of our students go through that reality daily. Mess with anything you want, but don't come after teachers, parents, students, or the meals they eat. We all just want to exist and get a good education in our district and to graduate college or career ready. In the past, this community was outraged over the potential loss of $20 million of state funding after the district decided to mass students, and rightfully so. $20 million is an insane amount. Now, we are talking about $107 million of potential loss. We've heard arguments on trans students in sports or bathrooms, but when I looked up the Title IX revisions and it had nothing to do with trans athletes, it only expanded to protect LGBT students from discrimination. And as somebody who's faced various adversities and as a person of color, you'll never catch me supporting discrimination of any protected class. We've heard arguments on violation of constitutional authority, but we heard the history earlier of Title IX changing throughout various presidential administrations and the Department of Education or the Office of Civil Rights. So I won't waste my time explaining basic civics, the Supremacy Clause, or the President's cabinets to adults. So that argument is also the result of misinformation. Arguments that bullying doesn't exist, which I'm not going to touch. I heard another speaker say, "We don't care what you are, if you're LGBT or not," which is amazing. Those students want nothing more than to be left alone and to get their diploma. My point is that this resolution comes straight from a playbook to make non-issues local issues, because PACs like the 7076 PAC and former employers of a board member decided that that's the best way to manipulate voters over a fancy dinner. What was the best way to run elections to incite emotion, to divide a community, so candidates don't have to run on real policy? Go after the trans student issue. We get distracted and go against each other, and it detriments our students. And is that worth it? The outrage we heard was valid, especially if those revisions were true. But that's exactly what a single board member wants: chaos, headlines, and the spotlight. She's unfortunately never focused or consistently focused on students. As a student at Booker, I came to board meetings at 16 years old, and I told the last board that they were not operating to fit their motto that was on the awning. Thank you.
Shirley Brown, and then Gabrielle Lennon.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm Shirley Brown, and as you know, I served as a school board member at this board from 2006 to 2022. And I take the operations of the board very seriously. You know, I keep hoping that things will die down, you know, and it just seems like something else always comes up. Things started to die down about the Ziegler fiasco, but then maybe to take away from that, another dog whistle on immigration is thrown up. And so that doesn't go away, now we have another dog whistle issue bringing before us. You know, I thought that proposal that Mr. Edwards brought forward, restating the school position that we will work for every student every day, was a good way to bring calm to the district and to the public so that all board members did in fact support the district motto. Well, however, the theatrical response, I guess, it did not help, but actually threw kerosene on the fire. I want to tell you that from the last big discussion the board had to deal with transgender, I learned that transgender is really not about sex. Transgender is about gender. Nate Quinn, the young man that was at the center of the controversy several years ago, told me, it's not who I go to bed with, it's who I go to bed as. I asked him, when did he start feeling that he was male rather than female? He said, I have always felt that I was a male. You know, I admit, I was clueless when this issue first came to me. I didn't know. I went out and tried to know. I talked with a transgender student. We know some tonight that you all could reach out to find out how it affects them. But let me tell you this. These transgender students don't want to be in the spotlight. You know, children are very confused, I think, about this issue and where their parents and society demand that they have to behave one way when in their heart they're something else. It's not up to us to tell a parent how they should register a student in school as a male or a female and what their sex should be and their pronoun. A parent should have the right to make that decision to you, to tell you that that child is who that child is and identifies as. It shouldn't be up to you or anyone else to make that decision for them. Don't discriminate. Vote no on this.
Gabrielle Lennon, then Shannon Clement.
Hi. I am requesting that you please vote no on this new, on Ms. Ziegler's new idea. 4% of Americans attempt suicide. 51% of transgender people attempt suicide. And it's not because they are transgender, it's because of what society does to them. The majority of school board members here and those who back them have been scapegoating trans kids for years. Well, I don't know what it takes to reach you guys. I don't even know if you're reachable. I don't understand why you're doing this. It's either ignorance or cruelty. And you're charged to care for our precious children, teens, and tweens, and you know the effects of scapegoating and spreading of purposeful lies about this vulnerable, innocent, and courageous group of children. You know, because trans people, families and friends of trans people, and every legitimate medical and psychological association has told you and told you and told you how this affects trans people. And so you're not uneducated, which means you're being cruel. You are purposefully trying to passing measures that make our precious youth self-harm, make them more likely to be bullied and victims of hate crimes, including murder, and more likely to die by suicide. Murder is not just a term. Take a moment and imagine what it is like to be murdered in a hate crime, what it feels like emotionally and physically. Suicide, it's not just a term. If you are emotionally capable, which I don't know if you are at this point, because you seem to be completely lacking in compassion, but if you can, imagine what it feels like to be in so much pain that you die by suicide. Imagine the pain of all such a child's loved ones when it happens as well. An unbearable pain for the rest of their lives. Trans children in Sarasota have already died by suicide. Many of you school board members are knowingly perpetrating horrific crimes on innocent, vulnerable children. How can you do this? I ask you sincerely. When you mean to kill someone, it is first-degree murder. Thou shalt not kill. Look in the mirrors. Look at your reflections, your soul's reflections. The school board members who are doing this, do you really want to continue to be first-degree murderers? Thank you.
Shannon Clement, and then Clayton Taylor.
Evening all. Shannon Clement, resident of the county and a parent of a child currently enrolled in our school system. I would love to be standing up here discussing things that directly relate to achievement and success with a focus on our students, like the funding for the farm at McIntosh or summer reading and nutrition programs. Instead, I come before you all tonight to ask you to just stand by your word. Nothing more and nothing less. I do not envy the position that you and Mr. Connor have collectively been placed in. Mrs. Rose likes to focus on win-wins, and this resolution being offered tonight is anything but, as it asks you to publicly declare that you will openly defy a quote-unquote comprehensive federal law as designated by the Department of Justice, a law that has been revised by many administrations bipartisanly since its inception. My request before you today is to adhere to the precedents that you yourselves have previously set in this chamber with your own words. As a constitutional officer, I will follow every law. That was from Mrs. Rose on April 16th. I am a constitutional officer and I have to follow the mandates. It doesn't matter if I like them or I don't like them. And I'll be very honest, some of them I don't like, but I will follow what has to be said. That was Mrs. Marinelli on January 16th. Sometimes decisions are really, really hard, and when you get into some of these decisions, I would tell you is the one thing that I've done is to look at what it is that we are doing in regard to following statute or following whatever the Department of Education puts down. That was Mr. Enos on March 5th. That same meeting, he also said, Sheriff Knight told me one time, we may not agree with all the rules, but unfortunately we have to follow them until they're changed. There were quite a few more examples, but I only have 3 minutes. If a resolution to affirm adherence to the laws is understandably redundant or is an affront to which someone should resign and apologize to the community, then I can only imagine that a resolution to not comply with the law, regardless personal agreement or dissent to content, as both Mrs. Marinelli and Mr. Eno so eloquently pointed out, should warrant the same level of admonition and lack of consideration. I thereby encourage you all to not even second the motion. It's the closest thing to a win-win I believe you can hope to get. No vote or even discussion on the topic would be required. No one sticks their neck out, and you collectively maintain your integrity, even if you have to hold your noses to do so, as constitutional officers and the precedents previously set regarding the filing of resolutions and the practice of bringing motions and issues up in meetings that weren't first workshopped. The one thing you can win and rely on here is your oath. An oath not based on the few, but based on the whole community. I'll end with one final quote from Mrs. Rose on January 16th. We are constitutional officers and we are under the law to align our policies, our procedures, our systems to the law and to the legislation. We are not the legislators. End quote.
Clayton Taylor. And that would conclude our public comment.
Thank you, Chair, Superintendent, and board members for this opportunity. I stand before you in support of this resolution, and here's why. Title IX is a law. The rule that has been propagated by an executive is not. How soon we forget how transgender policies and multi-sex bathrooms have failed in other states. I believe in audit. I've had 13 years of solid audit experience. So let me tell you a few things I found in my review of how these policies have played out. Assault in Oklahoma in Edmond Memorial High School, transgender against a female in a bathroom. In Virginia, Broad Run High. In Virginia, Stone Bridge High, which has resulted in a $30 million settlement risk to the school board and the school system. In Pennsylvania, there's another one that's currently being researched. Arcadia High School in New York, Pembroke Middle School, in New Jersey, FN Brown School. So I think the evidence is out there that these policies are failing, and these poor students are being pawns of the leftists. Just like we went through the gay, the gay bashing on business and legal lawfare. Now we have the transgender. If you go to the congressional record of 1963 and January 10th, pages 34 through 35, items 24, 25, and 26 is the communist agenda, eliminating obscenity, breakdown of morality, present normalization of sexuality, degeneracy, promiscuity as normal, natural, healthy behavior. We know that is not what we want for our children. We do not want that in our high school bathrooms. So let's look at the risk. And I'm so glad that we have good board composition, because when Shirley Brown and Zucker was in there, and they just believe whatever the kids will tell them. You just can't go by that. You have to go with what is morally right. Deceiving someone into something that you're not or is not true is it's perjury and fraud. So I appreciate us staying on protection of the innocence of children, protection of our youth and children, the rights of parents, the taxpayers, respecting the taxpayers' money. And we need to, and I appreciate everything we've done to realign the budget to the education. So lastly, I'd like to address the $107 million. So what? It's 7%. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Additions and corrections to the agenda. Superintendent Connor, please.
Madam Chair, there was a revision to the agenda. An addendum was added to item 7, which is the instructional classified personnel report. Item 15 was added after publication, which is a field trip for Sarasota High School and Pineview High School.
Thank you, sir.
I move approval for the consent agenda as amended.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second that the board approves the amended consent agenda. Seeing no comment, please vote. And the consent agenda, as amended, passes unanimously. New business, item number 32, award the RFP for athletic trainer services. Mr. Connor, please.
So tonight we're requesting the approval to award an RFP for the athletic trainer services for Premier Sports Medicine. This proposal was selected as it offers the best value and meets all the specifications set forth in our request for our proposals on March 19th. Premier Sports will be providing athletic trainer services to our high schools across the district. This includes deploying at least one full-time certified and licensed athletic trainer to each high school. These professionals will be on site for all of our home athletic events and practices across the fall, winter, and spring and summer seasons. This makes sure that we're aligned to our district safety protocols and state recommendations. It also will be a $186,000 savings over the course of the 3-year term. The total impact will not exceed $1.5 million for the initial term.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. Seeing no comments or questions, please vote.
No.
Oh, Mr. Edwards, please. I didn't see your name.
Thank you. It was brought to my attention about the company that we're replacing has been with us for a very, very, very long time. And I think the concerns that were brought to me were valid. So what I had to do, I called the owner of that company, and I wanted to find out what sort of challenges they had, and I wanted to get a clear sense of making a sound business decision to replace them. One of the things that I heard there was that that owner was willing to let the contract go if it was in the best interest of the school district. One concern that they brought to me was that the new company that we're looking at would have the same challenges that they had, which is the cost of finding these folks who are the trainers. So I went one step further because I know that the new company that we're considering is a vendor in Manatee County, and I followed there and did a reference check on how well they're doing there. They did get a good reference, but what was bounced back to me was that it is a challenge to fill these positions. So I'm not 100% sure, although I got good references, and I feel bad about losing a local provider who is a local resident, frankly, of Venice. And I don't think it's just a simple, easy decision to do that. It is kind of hard not to enjoy the savings, obviously, that is presented in this document, but what I would suggest is that instead of a 3-year contract, that it goes up for renewal every year with the idea that it would be a 3-year contract, because I'm concerned that we're going to run into the cost per hiring issue with this same vendor. So if I may suggest that we modify that it's a 3-year contract, but every year we have an option to review it.
You're making a motion to amend?
Yes, I would do that. I make a motion to amend that contract.
I would second that, and then I have some comments.
Sure.
In reference to that, and I had the same conversation, and I've talked to people within the district. One of the things is that I think that makes a good idea in reference to the single year, if it can be done, only in reference to that. One of the things that was brought to my attention also was just the continuity of the care that's given, in that a lot of times it's a rotating person based upon filling the spot. And a lot of our student athletes is that they have reoccurring issues that the trainer would know about, so that they would then almost like a continuation, be almost like going to the doctor, a new doctor every time that you had went in for the same injury. So one of the things I would say is that why I second that is this, that I want to make sure that our student athletes are taken care of to have that continual support of having somebody there. And I would hope that Premier would work at hiring those people who are currently at the high schools so that they continue with that same service, because I think that our students ultimately, that they're the ones that deserve to have that continuation.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have, I think these are great points, and my question, I think, broadly is that what are our options? Is this something we should, as proposed, looking at it annually? I'm not sure contractually if we have to go back to the drawing board because it's mutually agreed upon. These are kind of scenarios I have questions, just that's one. Not that I oppose it, just curious, can we do that? Two is, I'm familiar with this from a higher education, from a former client that I worked with, but understanding that the problems that have been presented are real and that have been there for a while. Are there any other solutions that we can be looking at in the time frame while we're under contract? I don't know if there's something else, like if it's on staff or something like. There's a lot of nuances there, but I think that similar to when we had other challenges, we're kind of always behind the cart. If there is not some alternative, and maybe that was considered, I'm not sure. So, I don't know, Madam Chair, if I can ask the superintendent to address some of those questions.
Please do.
Board Member Ziegler, was that a question about just creativity around?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what, this is replacing a vendor, so we're kind of we're replacing what the process was before, and this may not be something you could answer right now, but in the future, or if it was evaluated, are there different scenarios that we can look at outside of just contracting with another vendor? And then two, Madam Chair, my question would be to Council, is the amendment that was put forward, if that is the will of the board, do we have to pull it back, or can we make that at the table? So, however you'd like to answer.
If you don't mind, I do have procurement here with us, and they need to address some of the in terms of the recommendation for the amendment. We do have Ms. Tracy, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you. So what we can do is, because this was solicited as a 3-year, we would not be able to amend it. We can either do, we can renew it after a year, you can look at it after a year, or we can go ahead and reject it, change the specifications, and re-put it back out for bid, if that is the choice of the board. We can do that. So Premier has already stepped up, just so you're aware, Premier has already stepped up and helped us in some of our high schools that our current company has not been able to provide for us at this time. So they are a company that we have been using for, I do believe, this school year.
If I may.
Sure.
So yes, I'm aware that they have stepped up, but still some of the challenges they had in that step up, and I believe it was at Riverview, that there still was turnover at the Riverview location and not continuity like there has been with I think it's Agility, where Agility has been able to identify people that have stayed with us for a long period of time. And so the overall process here, that as I dug deeper into the process, is that it's the new specifications for the folks that are coming out of college with master's degrees was not in place when the original Agility contract was put in place, and that pay scale. So the pay scale has gone up substantially for those trainers because now they have master's degrees, and that's what's been throwing off Agility, number one, and Premier's ability to service Riverview with the continuity that Mr. Enos is looking for. So that's why I checked the reference. The reference was good at Manatee, but when I asked about the dollars and cents, they, like everyone else, it can present as a problem. So what I'm really trying to get to is the best process. How do we make sure that our students have the best trainers possible at the right, correct, possible price? And if we're going to change vendors from someone who has two terrific folks that have provided continuity, and my understanding is that they would transition, and the existing vendor who is currently providing them is not going to stand in their way of transitioning those people. We have the best scenario, but what I'm really trying to get to is I think that the pay scales for those folks need to be reevaluated on an annual basis in some capacity.
So, Tom, so just so you understand, but they do have the ability to renew at the end of the first year if they cannot maintain those prices. I understand Tim's concern about the continuity. So we can do two things. We can either go with Premier, you can do it by the first year, see how that service is, or if you already have a concern that you do right now, what we could do is go ahead and reject the bid, send it back out, and what we'll do is we will tighten up the specifications to say we want a continuous person per high school so that those students are already familiar with that trainer. That trainer is the one that they're working with over and over. And then if you have some special requirements, we would have to look at that. If you're asking them to have a master's in whatever the concern is, we could do that as well. So we could tighten up those specifications.
We do have that in the specifications.
So that is in our specifications. So we would just have to add the continuity piece.
So I would make the
Please do.
I would make the recommendation that we continue with the original proposal. We look at it and evaluate at the end of the first year to see if those services we're satisfied with, because we will have an out clause in that contract if we are not satisfied. And then we can address, I think we can do simultaneously that without having to table this. If the board's will is, we can table it and we can go back and take a look at rejecting it. But I would recommend that we move forward with Premier for this term, evaluate at the end of the year.
I can support that. I just want to put it on the dashboard that it comes back to us so that we can talk about it.
So, Mr. Duggan, would that be withdrawing the motion to amend?
I think
or?
procedurally, Mr. Edwards, if that's the case, because I think those are concerns are warranted, but from a procedural standpoint, I think we either need to withdraw the motion to amend the approval of this the way that you had stated it, or the board would reject it, and then we would be back to the original approval or denial of item number 32.
I withdraw the amendment.
I'll withdraw the second.
Thank you. So do I have a motion to award the RFP for athletic trainer services as written?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Well, second.
Seeing no comments or questions, please vote.
I was just, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't get there fast enough. I was just going to ask if the minutes can reflect that year review as was discussed. Thank you.
Please vote. And the motion passes unanimously. Item number 33, purchase of modular buildings. Superintendent Connor will present.
Yes, ma'am. And just effort for transparency, we pulled this item to new business because it's just a big ticket item. This proposal is for the procurement of modular buildings. You know, as we continue to grow and we're shifting enrollment, we are in need to have an availability to have modular buildings. Currently, we are leasing 22 mobile modular buildings, and we are in the process of acquiring 10 new units. We will be using a piggyback contract that will allow us to manage needs more efficiently and cost effectively by having these 10 available portables. So we bring this to you. It is a $4 million, not to exceed $4 million proposal that we bring to you tonight. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I move approval that the piggyback contracts awarded to Mobile Module Management Corporation for the anticipated purchase of materials and/or services be approved as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Seeing no questions or comments, please vote. In the motion that the piggyback contracts awarded to Mobile Modular Management Corporation for the anticipated purchase of materials and/or services are approved unanimously. Item number 34, new school bus purchases. Superintendent Connor will present.
Yes, tonight we're asking for approval for the purchase of new school buses to ensure the ongoing safety, reliability, and the efficiency of transportation. You know, this proposal is asking for the acquisition of 12 77-passenger school buses, 6 lift school buses for accessibility needs, and 3 electric buses. Just want to make it clear that the electric buses are reimbursable. Of $912,000 will be reimbursed back to the school district. We would only be coming out of pocket of what we would spend on a traditional standard school bus. in that vein. So as you know, this is a big ticket item. Total financial impact would be about $4.1 million, and it is budgeted within our current budget. Capital
Thank
budget.
you. Superintendent Connor. Is there a motion?
I move that the purchase of new school buses be approved as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Seeing no questions or comments, please vote. And the motion of that the purchase of new school buses be approved passes unanimously. Item number 35, new policy 6.271, staff and student communication. Ms. Superintendent Connor, will you present, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're bringing forth today an approval for this policy regarding staff and student communication. We have reviewed this policy at a workshop. We have discussed it on March 19th. We've advertised it in April. And really, this policy aims to enhance the safety and the streamlined communication with the district. This, I really wanted to put on new business because I want to make it very clear and really communicate, especially to our staff, not also to our community and our parents of students in our district, that, you know, typically we use a lot of third-party apps currently to communicate with students, whether that be Class Dojo, Remind, Homeroom, you can name them, text messages. There's a lot of ways that teachers or coaches are communicating back and forth with students. This policy is very important that it's going to really eliminate a lot of those third-party apps and require that staff utilize the district communication tools, which is going to be called Rooms. That was a part of our purchase with the website, which we recently launched. We are working on the back end right now with IT to set up everything for the Rooms application. It'll all go through an app. It'll have its own phone app, obviously through the computer. But this policy is really important for our staff to understand that we are moving for transparency, making sure that there's safety involved in how two-way communication occurs in the school district. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands the importance of that. And as we move into the new school year, it's going to require some shifts in the way of work for some of our staff members and the way we've been communicating, and especially our coaches as well. But we're excited about it. We think it's going to be a great tool. It's got a lot of functionality, and I think overall this is going to be a great thing for our school district.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion?
I move that the new school board policy 6.271, staff and student communication, be approved as presented.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Seeing no questions or comments, please vote. And the item that the new school board policy 6.271, staff and student communication, is approved unanimously. Item number 36, Superintendent Connor, will you present, please?
Madam Chair, I'm bringing forward a request for approval to advertise the revised Student Code of Conduct for the 24-25 school year. As you know, by law, we are responsible to regularly update our Student Code of Conduct and the behavioral expectations that we uphold as a school district. I'm very excited about where we are going with the new Student Code of Conduct. It has been thoroughly vetted. We have had multiple feedback sessions from school administrators, staff, members of our community. A lot of work has gone in this. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Green, Don Clayton, and the team who has worked extremely hard. The key updates to this code of conduct include a matrix. So if you could go on our website, it is there. It is advertised. It'll be there for the next 30 days. We are still seeking more input over the next 30 days before we bring the final version for approval. But it is substantially different, looks different than it has in previous years. And I think you'll be pleased with the depth and the thoughtfulness that will come with ensuring consistency in our behavioral expectations across the district.
Mr. Enos?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, as working on that code of conduct for many, many years, I know with Ms. Marinelli and a lot of other people that were involved in there. I could tell you that I really wanted to give a shout out to Dawn Clayton and Ms. Green. I mean, it definitely looks better. It's totally different. It's so much consistent, because one of the things you'd always heard is, depending on what school it happened, that this was this penalty, this was this discipline. I think that this is really is something that I know that the staff has been looking forward to, having something of consistent value, because they want to make sure that it's the same way across the district, no matter what they are. And I just wanted to give them a big shout out, because I think that it's really an excellent document, and I'm thankful that we were able to overhaul it that way in order for our teachers. So thank you.
Absolutely. I want to reinforce the thoroughness of the opportunity for everyone in the district and the community to provide feedback. It's an excellent document. Mrs. Ziegler, please.
No, thank you. And I want to echo Dr. Green, Dr. Clayton have done a lot of work, and it's an area that this board has talked about a lot. It's a concern we're seeing a rise in disciplinary action, and there's a multitude of external variables that play a role in that, but it's our responsibility not only to ensure the learning environment is safe, but also ensure our students or staff are safe. So I know there's a lot of work there, and what I really want to applaud, even prior to this coming to bear, was, pulling back the pieces to consider different, unique solutions, and I hope that that conversation continues as well. And I look forward to, I hope and encourage the community to look into this during its advertisement period, because it plays a really important role that we partner with them and they understand that. So thank you very much for the work you guys did.
And I just want to reinforce that. You took everyone's feedback. I think it's an excellent document, looking at interventions, looking at accountability, not just the discipline process in and of itself, and balancing all those pieces out and being consistent. Thank you very much. Ms. Marinelli, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that we still have the 30 days, because I really want teachers to be able to weigh in on that, because they deal with so much every day. But I do like all the changes, and I appreciate all the work that everybody has done. Did I turn it off?
You muted yourself.
I had it on, and I turned it off. So do I need to repeat?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Do I have a motion, please?
That the new school, nope, just kidding, that's the wrong one.
Approval to advertise the code of student contact for 24-25 school year.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Seeing no further questions or comments, please vote. And the motion to advertise the Code of Student Conduct 24-25 school year passes unanimously. Moving on to board member comments. Ms. Ziegler, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to staff. I know it's been a long night, and thank you to all the citizens who came out and spoke this evening, and to those of you sticking around. And we had a ton of people reach out. We had, I think, last count was something around 1,100 emails that we also had in reference to this topic. And so I am the one who put forward the resolution. I did not have attorney or counsel write it. I did put a caveat in there of saying if the board chooses to move forward, that I would want him to review it or identify if there's any additional things that need to be changed. But I will say that I listened to the comments here today. I read a lot. I have not been able to reply to all of the emails, but I think a lot of things were said, and I want to go through a handful of them and kind of set the stage to articulate why I believe this is so important. And I've been on the board for almost 10 years, and I've never put forward a resolution that I recall, because I oftentimes think they tend to be pretty political, and I think and we brought this up over and over again recently, but apparently we created a different path, and so this situation happened to come afterwards, and I think it's very important, one, that we find ourselves as a governing board that it has taken as individuals, and it's referenced in the resolution, constitutional officers that swore to uphold the oath of the United States and the laws of the United States and the laws of the state of Florida. Uniquely, we find ourselves in a conflicting component where with the current Title IX changes, they run afoul of state laws. And so, and also, if you look at the time frame of when these are supposed to be implemented and understand the policymaking process that we go through, and many of you attend our meetings pretty regularly, so you know that's a multi-month process, that means we have to start now. I will personally go on record and say I don't support particularly the ones I referenced in here, the gender identity being added as a definition of sex, expanding that. But I believe also that I have seen this district go. I don't want to see us expend any time, resources, or money, and while amid this being litigated in federal court. And we are still waiting on the ruling of an injunction. I know that we have a lot of people passionate about these issues, and what I don't want to see is after we spent months, if not 2 years, on putting us into a place where we have strong policies on harassment and bullying, which, by the way, currently what we have in place aligns with the new revisions of Title IX when it comes to bullying and harassment. I don't know if Mr. Duggan can speak to that, but it is truly putting a stay in place so that we are not going to change and go down that rabbit hole. And so that is clear to staff, because when it's clear to our superintendent which direction we're going to go, it's clear to staff and it's clear to our community. I will say that I think that we find ourselves in a moment, a lot of people mentioned financial impact. So Title IX is, and there are questions as to, did the Department of Education follow the proper protocol? There was no congressional act taken that would have changed the law. There were regulations changed. And as was mentioned, there's been a multitude of different changes over the years of different administrations in play, and then rescinded, and then back again. And they've all been challenged. The one issue at hand would dramatically change what we're dealing with in Sarasota County when it comes to facilities, when you change and expand the definition of sex to expand to gender identity. I want to be very clear, no matter what anyone identifies as or in what subcategory we would put them under, we have protocols in place that I stand behind that shall ensure that no student or staff member is bullying or harassed or discriminated against. However, we also have a responsibility to take care and ensure the safety of our students, and the Title IX changes have a dramatic impact, and it's undeniable, a dramatic impact, particularly on girls and women, and it's all about the facility usage. And I know sports was mentioned, and yes, there is not a final rule on sports, but it's basically already defined, and it certainly will have a devastating impact on girls' sports. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. But it is an area where we can clearly say we are taking a position that we're not going to do any additional changes or revisions, because we have to make some kind of decision. I know the Department of Education has given us a letter saying to stay. As constitutional officers, we're in the position to make that decision and give our superintendent direction so that he can give his staff direction, and we can also make it very clear to the community. I will say one more thing that I could go on and on. A lot was talked about the impacts. I feel very passionate about that. I will say that this is a moment where we talk about, a lot was talked about following the law or what have you. We certainly, it is very reminiscent to the mask situation 2.0, but I'm wanting to get in front of that, where we again are recertifying that we are not going to start trying to make any changes to comply with the recently released Title IX regulation changes until, while these litigation ensues. But it is, in my mind, when you look at the way in which they use Title IX, which it's about $50 million, just for accuracy, 107 was put out there, and I'd asked our CFO, because ESSER is dropping off and it's such a huge amount, it's closer to $50 million, just for clarity. And that's not chump change, please don't misunderstand me, I just wanted, for accuracy purposes, that we have an understanding of what is being tied to this. And to me, it's extortion, and I think it's wrong. And it's wildly far from anything that I support. I stood on a very strong platform. I do not believe in federal overreach. I fully stand behind parental rights. I fully stand behind the insurance of safety and that every student is safe. But we also have an obligation to ensure reality and truth and move forward where we are able to, again, ensure everyone's safety, but also not fall into this trap of an ideology that I think has caused tremendous damage and has eroded a lot of mistrust. I know that there are a lot of families and students with this impacts, and I can continue to assure that we have to have the most compassion for them, but we also have to have an environment that ensures the safety based on single-sex facilities. And I think that's incredibly important, and we fall down a very dangerous path. So I know that this can put some people in a tough spot. The reality is this has been a conversation that a lot of people didn't want to talk about, and we as a district, and I know former board member Shirley Brown came up, we served together, and when it first broached us was 2015. A lot of people and members of staff, administration, different superintendents, even board members didn't want to talk about it. But unfortunately, sometimes we have to make decisions. That's what we're elected to do. And sometimes we don't get to pick and choose when those decisions have to be made. And they are sometimes hard. And I can tell you, people will call you every name in the book. And sometimes you see people, frustratingly, I've seen adults refuse to take action that they know is the right action that will protect students for fear of being called names. And I reject that. I think that you need to lead. I know where I stand in this position, but I believe this is the opportunity to make it very clear as this comes, as we see this all line out in the federal courts. The final part, I have to say this. I applaud anyone in the community, no matter where you stand on any issues of organizing and what have you. I do think that it was interesting that there's a lot of requests to not second it. And I think that's really important, and to me it's very telling. You don't want people on record. Be on record. Show people where you stand and stand strong behind it. But it's weak to try to say, don't second it because we don't want certain people on record. That's what that's about. Let this community know where you stand on this issue. We are at odds. So either way you look at it, if you take one action or don't do another action, technically you have a risk financially. Fun fact is that no school district or educational institution has actually had federal dollars withheld as a result of a violation of Title IX. They've paid fines. There's certainly litigation fees, but it's a long process. And I believe many of us stood very strong on these issues, and this is why you're elected, to support those positions. I'm fortunate. I feel like we're in a good position where we have also our governor and attorney general fighting this as well. But there is a gap that we have to take some position as the governing board to give our superintendent direction as we await the outcome of that litigation. So for that reason, I move to adopt the resolution I put forward in regards to Title IX.
And I second it. Based on, I received and the board received well over 1,000 emails from the community wanting us to take a stand on this rule that came down on Title IX in its opposition and contrast to parental rights in Florida. I will be supporting this resolution. Mr. Duggan, does Mrs. Ziegler need to read the resolution, and or are we good with it that it's posted on the agenda?
So voting on this, from my opinion, would be a departure on how we typically proceed because of the way it is listed under board member comments. I mean, this to me seems inconsistent with the way you have approached this issue in the past. I think the best practice would be to put it on the next board meeting for vote. Listen, you get into the legal weeds here of, is it technically sufficient? It might be technically sufficient. It's inconsistent with how this board has handled these issues in the past.
It's not inconsistent with the resolution that Mr. Edwards put forward. No, please don't interrupt me.
Sorry, I apologize.
Thank you, sir. It's not inconsistent with standing up and passing out a resolution that didn't get a second to email or write a letter to the governor, and you didn't speak up at that time.
Well, I no good comes when I get disagreeable with you guys, but I try to tell you what I think. I would.
Is it legal today for us to do this? Within Robert's rules and within our policies, I'm seeing it as...
There's two statutes that apply here. There's Florida Statute 286-011 and Florida Statute 286-014. When you read those, they require a meeting to be noticed. I think we have a notice meeting, right? Number one. The meeting be open to the public. Obviously, there's probably 100 people here today, 70 who spoke. So I think that's probably covered. Members of the public must be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard before an official action is taken. I think we heard 70 people. And going back to the meeting bay notice, there was news media reporting of this. I think it was in social media. It was widely circulated, right? I think this is an official action, by the way. I think this is more than a ceremonial proclamation. You're asking the superintendent essentially to hold off on passing a policy. So I do think it's an official action. Look, you have a policy that says you shall not take action on an item unless such an item has been placed on the agenda. I mean, look, we have an agenda here with 37 items on it. One of them, only 36 of them have recommendations and financial impacts and who to contact and a lengthy description. Though this one does not. So that's where I say I think that this technically complies and you could vote on it, but it's certainly a departure from how you guys have done it in the past. Had Mr. Edwards' resolution that was put forward, had I been asked about that, had that gotten the momentum to get to this point, I would have said the same thing about that, is it would be more proper to put that on a future board meeting that's properly agended. But I think it minimally complies with the law if you all wish to vote on it today. I wanted to point out that this is not how we normally do it from a transparency standpoint.
Well, there is a motion and a second. Is there any questions or comments? Mr. Enos, please.
Ultimately, when I look at that, I again, as I go back to what Ms. Ziegler said, is that she would want legal counsel to be able to look at it, to be able to review it within the context, and that would be the reason I would be requesting to put it on the agenda at the next meeting, only in reference to making sure that the 6 different points that are on there are fit within the law, since Ms. Ziegler did this, and as she stated that she would be potentially looking for the general counsel to do a review. So with that in mind, if that's the case, I just want to make sure that the things that are ultimately stated, I had a long conversation too in reference to these things in the 11th District Court of Appeals, which ultimately lines against what the federal government. I know that the litigation, that you have Manny Diaz Jr. sent a letter that basically said for everybody to withhold, to not to do anything, and that they would then give guidance into the future on some of the different measures. We're not voting on a policy change, which then obviously would have to come before the board to do a policy change. So when I look at it, I would rather see that all of the 6 different points that you have in here that you've written, if they've been under the, being able to, since it's coming from this and we're dictating to the superintendent, also based upon the policy and the approval portion of it, is that in the past that, it didn't make muster to get to the approval, but to be on the agenda, that I just want to make sure that we are ultimately inconsistent. I don't necessarily it determines whether or not it'll pass or not. I just want to make sure that procedurally we were within the guidelines, and that would be my only comment as to that, as to say, you asked for questions, and that would be my concern as reference to the specific subject of review, as to also does it need to be on, as an agenda item specifically, and that would be my only question.
Well, I did contact legal counsel relative to the resolution as it is written, to see if it aligned with the Attorney General and the directives that have come down. And can you address that, Mr. Duggan?
Okay, let me talk about just the law first, and then we can talk about the resolution. So the proposed Title IX regulations do not go into effect until August 1st. Until then, the former version of the regulations continue to apply, that are in effect, and the state law applies. The revised regulations have already been subject to litigation in a federal court in Alabama. And it's likely that we're going to get a ruling in some form out of that litigation before August 1st, I would predict. Why the fact that that's in Alabama matters is because there is a federal appeals court opinion from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the federal appeals court that applies to the federal courts in the states of Florida, Georgia, and Alabama. And when you look at that opinion, that court opinion is called Adams versus School Board of St. Johns County, had to do with a challenge to a sex at birth bathroom policy at Nice High School in Jacksonville, Florida. The ruling in that opinion, which would be binding on that court in Alabama and which would be, if it was appealed, would go before that same court, seems somewhat inconsistent at first glance to these regulations. Now, I'm not the lawyer on that case. I'm not making those legal arguments, but I think that it's at least arguable that there's some legitimacy to the legal arguments that have been raised. That remains to be seen how the court rules in that case. The other thing I'll say is that the Florida Department of Education issued a letter this week from Commissioner Diaz that asks school districts to hold off on implementing the proposed Title IX regulations and to wait for further guidance from the Florida Department of Education and to let that court litigation that is ongoing in the state of Alabama and that federal court play itself out. So because those obligations and those regulations don't go into place until August, my thoughts are that it probably makes sense to hold off on implementing them until the court process plays itself out and we have more guidance on whether those regulations are going to withstand legal scrutiny. So that's what I think the law is. Now, obviously, you can do a resolution, you can not do a resolution. If you do a resolution, maybe it's this version, maybe it's an altered version of this resolution. I think that there's 6 different things that are being proposed. I don't know what each of y'all's thoughts are on all 6 of those things. Certainly there's probably some room to debate some of those. I don't think it's unlawful. If I were to write it, I probably would tweak it a little bit. Probably any lawyer would tell you that if they looked at a document. I don't think there's anything in there that's unlawful, if that is what the question ultimately is.
That was the original question.
Yeah, and ultimately, though, I think it's a matter for you all to decide whether you want to have a resolution. You aren't required to have one. If you do want to have a resolution, are you comfortable with voting on this version, or do you want to go back to the drawing board and come up with a different version or versions? Those are questions for you all to decide. That's policy. I'm just a lawyer.
Well, currently, there's a motion and a second. Mr. Edwards, please.
What's interesting for me is that I saw member comments and a resolution, but I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know that we're going to make a motion to resolve, or was this a resolution that we would take to a workshop and discuss? It was a mystery to me. So I was waiting to arrive here and find out. So, wow, that horse left the gate pretty quickly. Obviously, there's a place here that I want to talk about the merit of the resolution, but where I'm concerned is the financial well-being of our school district. As much as Mrs. Ziegler may think she knows how to write statute and write laws, I'm concerned that this hasn't been vetted properly by a lawyer before it's made a motion and says, yes, this does fall within the guidelines. So that I have a problem with, that it's just Mrs. Ziegler writing a resolution and we're passing it and we're legally vulnerable to litigation on Mrs. Ziegler's words. So I have a problem with that. It risks the school district. That's number one. Number two, I want to say very clearly that I have been trying to signal to this school board because of, or my colleagues, I should say, that we are entering into a time period where we are looking at our budget, finance, and our revenue sources, which is nice. The nicest way I can say, as I put in my op-ed over the weekend, that I want to pass this referendum. I'm not sure this conversation is going to put us in that place. That's number one. If that does become a problem and we do lose federal funding, that's a lot of money. And I would honestly tell you that the signal that I intended at the workshop the other day was, here's a way to just calm down public comments. That was my intention. I said it right then and there. If we could, this is what the laws say. This is in response to Mrs. Ziegler's immigration question. Here's a way to calm this all down and just say, these are the laws that are out there and we're going to stand behind them. And it is the legal version of Every Child, Every Day. Let me also add a caveat. Had I known that the revision was going to come down from the Biden administration, I would have never done it. Because right then and there, from my sightline, I would have said, this is going to become a legal, political conversation that the governor clearly is going to sue, and that Mrs. Ziegler is clearly going to, so it was obvious that was going to happen. So my intention was never political. My intention was to calm down what's been going on in our school district. So I need to say that. The next thing I'm going to say is that I misspoke when I said, are we going to break the law with the mask policy? Because from one meeting to the next, I was counseled by lawyers who said, you're not breaking the law. It's an executive order from the governor. It's not statute. And so you can pass this policy. And we did. And with my amendment, that policy only lasted 3 weeks. And so we passed it and then pulled it back before the governor found us out of compliance. So we were never in jeopardy to lose that $12 million that was hanging over our head. So I need to say, I didn't break the law. I challenged an executive order. And lastly, is this a response? My heart was honestly in the right place to try and tamp down public comments and the immigration comment and all of the things that have been going on in the school board room for the last 90 days. And the way I view this resolution is no more than what Mrs. Ziegler said, game on. And that's politics 100% of the time. So pass it if you will.
Comments, questions? Mr. Enos?
It is also my understanding as I spoke to council, it's my understanding that if any, so ultimately my understanding is this. We have a federal appeals law mandate that ultimately within our district, within our 3-state region, that we are mandated, which ultimately is what the governor and the state of Florida Department of Education used in order to make changes based upon Adams versus St. John's.
So the Adams opinion is there was a lawsuit challenge, the Adams opinion interprets what Title IX means, and what the opinion essentially holds pertaining to Title IX is that when Title IX was passed, they talk about that laws have to come from the legislative branch, not the executive branch. And when the executive branch, such as the United States Department of Education, makes interpretations and things like that, you have to look at what did Congress intend when they passed that law. So what the Adams court essentially says in this opinion is that they went back and looked at what the meaning of sex was, because that's what really is at issue here, whether it's bathrooms or locker rooms or sports or some of these discrimination things. What was the meaning of sex in 1972? They literally, in the court opinion, talk about how they looked at dictionary definitions of legitimate dictionaries that were published in the early 1970s, and they said in that court opinion that sex in 1972, when Congress passed that law, was based on, look, I don't want to misspeak and say something politically incorrect, but sex at birth based on things like chromosomes and testosterone. Kind of what more maybe perhaps the traditional definition of sex would be, that did not take into consideration transgender status and gender identity. So that's what the Adams Court says. That opinion exists in this federal circuit, and I think will likely, I'm not the lawyer on that case in Alabama, but I think will likely be used as argument in that case. Now, they're going to get a ruling on that case, I suspect. They've asked to vacate the rule. They've asked for injunctive relief. I suspect that the court will recognize that that needs to be done before August 1st comes, because everybody's going to need guidance on this. And so I point out that that's what exists. That's the framework we're working with here. We have a federal court opinion that has interpreted the Federal Congressional Act in a manner that is perhaps inconsistent with the way that the United States Department of Education has interpreted it. So how that dispute between the executive branch and what the court says the legislative branch said, how that shakes out, I think remains to be seen and is currently being litigated. And so that's the basis of my opinion for letting that legal process play out. I think it's very likely we're going to have an opinion one way or the other. And then as we get closer to August and we have more ability to assess the legal landscape and where that challenge is, we can make a more informed decision on how we're going to advance the policies in this area moving forward.
Ms. Marinelli.
I want to be very clear about two things. I've said this before. I'm the person in this room who has been here basically the longest, and I'm very proud of that. And I've sat through 11 different superintendents and many, many different board members, and I've sat through as an employee and also as a retired employee, a citizen who pays taxes, and I have never, ever seen a school board member talk to another school board member like I have seen you, Mr. Edwards, on multiple occasions. I'm talking, excuse me, I listen to you so you can listen to me. So, I find that it's rude, and I've never, ever seen a school board member make more comments or personal attacks on another board member than I have you, Mr. Edwards. And if you're always saying that you're the one who wants to unite us and doesn't want to bring politics into this boardroom, but every time it's here, for a year and a half, it's been the same thing. And that's the one variable. The one variable. So either own your words, own your actions, but treat all of us with respect. Every board member needs to treat each other with respect and stop the political theater and the attacks. And I also want to say, we're talking about money. I find it extremist that the highest office in the land of the United States of America would use our most vulnerable children who are on free, reduced breakfast and lunch, and that would be used against school districts and states who say, I don't agree with this mandate. That office, the most powerful office in the world, would withhold money for lunches and breakfasts for our most vulnerable kids. That is unacceptable, and it's just unbelievable to me that that would be used as a threat to our children. And I would like to, I'd really, if that ever happened, the outcry, everybody in this room should be furious that our kids are being used as pawns to hold their breakfast and lunch money, regardless. And I'm very glad that you are filming that and taping it, because I'm proud of what I'm saying, because like Mrs. Ziegler says, you need to stand up when things are not right, and they're not right. Thank you.
Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. I know that I have seen in the past where things can go longer. I don't know when they'll work this out. I think that the matter of the fact is that over the last 10 years, this specific issue has been a huge issue, particularly in Sarasota. And I know I played a large role in it because I fought against it because I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. And I'm going to consistently say that. And that's why I think it's very important we assert ourselves. But mostly, and I want to say this again and again, the superintendent takes direction from the board. This is not a decision the superintendent is making. And when you have federal and state at odds, and we don't know how long that's going to be, it is this governing board's responsibility to give the administrator some direction so that they can continue on. I will say, if I go back to the mask time, that's why this is so important in my experience, is that we remain status quo so that we don't have the staff and district all up in arms trying to unravel things that we just passed, by the way, and we wait. But we have that direction so we don't have certain groups or whatever trying to meddle in it because saying, hey, the federal government said you need to do this. It's already taken care of. We've made it clear as amid the pending litigation, this is the direction Sarasota County Schools is giving our superintendent. That is why this resolution, that's the purpose of this resolution for today. I will say, long-winded, I don't know what the next step is and what happens. God willing that we win and prevail. And that's my individual position on that. But for right now, I think it's imperative that we provide proper guidance. This happens, you see it in other governing bodies where there's a dispute, and it is our obligation as the governing body to give the administration some direction. And I pulled those right out of a statute. I know I'm not an attorney, but I feel, I don't know, I know that was, you mentioned, I think, that it clears any kind of legal question, and otherwise I think it would be important that we take this position.
Mr. Edwards?
So, for the purposes of today, the resolution, and just to clarify, because I don't really want to I don't like people waving their finger at me. That's number one. Number two, I don't really find ripping up a document respectful. I don't, but call me crazy. But here's where we're really at. The Title IX that I asked for is actually the law. That is actually the law. This resolution is nothing beyond, it's not following Title IX. So why would we pass a resolution to not follow Title IX? I'm listening to what the lawyer said, because that was going to be, I mean, I have a million reasons, and we could certainly talk till hours from now about the whole transgender conversation and the way that sports are being threatened. I think the quote was, it's a devastating impact on girls' sports. 1.7% transgender students in the state of Florida. That doesn't even decide transgender to male or to female. So I don't even know how many, and that's over 3 million students. That's in the state of Florida. So it's a 0.00006% kind of, that's how it's going to impact sports. And that's way above my pay grade. I'm sure it's above all of our pay grades. But here, I'm going to go back to, why would we pass a resolution to not be in compliance with Title IX? That's what I don't understand. And when I'm hearing legal advice say, let it play out, and then make your decision. I'm still going to lose that night too, but it just doesn't make sense why we have to put ourselves and the school district in that jeopardy.
Mrs. Ziegler.
I'm going to close on the on my motion here. I will say very sternly here that my resolution is to put forward that we do not take any action until the final litigation ensues. As was mentioned tonight on multiple occasions, the changes that Title IX, that the Department of Education put forward, are being questioned because it didn't go through the Congressional Review Act. I'm not an attorney in that space, but I've read through all the briefings, and so we are not. That's where the aspect of what we would be violating current state law if we were to start to enact that. I think it's imperative, again, I already made my case why we need to put our position in place here and then provide proper direction to the superintendent, which in the quickest summation is that we don't take any action and as it relates to the Title IX changes that came down from Biden as pending litigation ensues.
There is a motion and a second on the table. Mr. Enos, I saw your name, but it's not there now. You canceled it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There is a motion and a second. Seeing no further comments or questions, I'm going to ask for a voice vote. Mr. Edwards, please.
No.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Enos?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
And the motion passes 4-1. The next work session is scheduled for May 21st, followed by a 3:00 p.m. board meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Karen, you didn't vote, so that's a yes for you?
Yes, that was a yes,
So
sorry.
4-1, including you, okay.
Thank you very much. That is 4-1, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
I still had member comment.
Wait.
You didn't give me a chance to have member comment.